No i tutaj sprawdzimy sobie, czy dźwięk wchodzi. Obcy, angielski, obcy język. Angielski, tłumaczymy na angielski. Tłumaczymy na angielski, wersja angielska, wersja angielska, tłumaczymy na angielski. No i tutaj sprawdzimy sobie, czy dźwięk wchodzi. Obcy, angielski, obcy język. Angielski.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam Państwa na pierwszym.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at the first meeting of the first Warsaw Conference, Permanent Working Conference to review support for Ukraine, co-organized by the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Home Affairs, and the Center for East European Studies, and the Ministry of Climate and Environment. During today's conference, we will mainly talk about the support for Ukrainian war refugees and the support to Ukrainian energy infrastructures. Well, me welcome, first of all, the President of the Council of Ministers, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki, the head of the Chancellery of Prime Minister, Marek Kuchciński. Let me welcome all members of the Council of Ministers and representatives of Polish ministries. Let me welcome all ambassadors and representatives of the diplomatic corps. Welcome the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration of the U.S., Mr. Scott Turner, and all MPs, representatives of public institutions and NGOs. Welcome to all our participants. And let me now give the floor to the President of the Council of Ministers, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, Ambassador, Excellencies, dear friends from all over the free world, ladies and gentlemen. We used to say that tanks help us to build war, but to win war, but that's diplomacy that will build peace. 1 year has passed since the start of the war, and now we know that the post-Cold War order is finished. The wind of history is blowing right now. In 1989, the people of the Central Europe rose from ashes, and Eastern Europe had to take up new challenges. The Russian Empire was defeated with joint forces of the free world, and fortunately that was not the end of history, even if some announced such end. The victory actually defeated the winners. The Russia ended its communism, but its imperialism is still alive as its wish to dominate other people. The West turned the fight for freedom into contracts with Russian oligarchs. We speak so often about our dependence on Russian energy supplies, and Putin played like a drug dealer who offers the first transaction for free to make you even more dependent and to make you even more willing to accept any price. And Europe was seduced by Russia, and this was not because of the demonic skills of Putin. It was also because Europe was weak. And today we need to restructure and reconstruct Europe in order to make peace and stability the basic foundations for the years to come. I do remember the US President Bill Clinton saying, "Economy, you fool." And I do remember that back then there was a widespread belief that money would be a remedy for everything, and that in China or in Russia, this would help to build the middle class and that the life would become more democratic there. Today we see that we need to come back to political realism and to place the geopolitics in the front line. On the free market, people tend to choose the cheapest solutions, but such markets are only present in economy handbooks. In real life, such cheap solutions usually hide some additional costs, and that was the case of Russia. The partnership with Russia seemed to be cheap and easy, but at some point, Putin said, "You have to pay. You have." It was like a pact with the devil, and with these gas contracts, Europe sold its soul. The Kremlin, however, made a mistake by attacking Ukraine. However, with a progressive dependence, Russia could have a chance to win the war with the Western world. However, the heroic stance of Ukrainian people has saved Ukraine and actually gave a wake-up call to a number of Western civilization countries. This war is that's a tug of war between Russia and Europe. It's either the victory of Russia and the defeat of the West, or the renaissance of Western civilization. Poland was the first to stand and support Ukraine and freedom. Poland was the first to show that it's not only the war for Ukraine, it's the war for the freedom of Europe and the freedom of the whole free world. The Kremlin expected to have a blitzkrieg, a speed war, and thanks to Ukraine, the Russian plan has failed. But the Western world now needs to contribute to make this war a Waterloo of Russian colonialism and imperialism. Russia has waged a total war against Ukraine, targeting civilian infrastructure and murdering children, elderly, and women. Without the support of countries such as Poland, Ukraine would have been in ruins today. Many believed that Russia would never attack, and the year has passed, and there are still some who cannot believe that a massive offensive by Russia in 1 or 2 months is unfortunately still possible. And after this year, there are still some who cannot believe that the war in Ukraine, God help us, let it not be victorious for Russia. So that war in Ukraine could open a way for a larger disaster, and that's basically the intention of the Kremlin. That is today we fight for imagination. We fight for the new world order. It's not time to have a ceasefire. Today, Ukraine still needs our support, and most of all, Ukraine needs hope. And this hope is being born here in Poland, in every household which decided to host Ukrainian refugees. It is emerging in every diplomatic success and in every effort to strengthen the support for Ukraine at the international level. This hope will give the seeds for a new geopolitical order. The victory in the fight against Russia becomes closer thanks to the successes of the Ukrainian army, and not only thanks to sanctions and the fatigue of the Russian bear, but also thanks to the determination, commitment, and resolve of the free world. In order to win with Russia, we need to rebuild the novel security architecture, geopolitically, in terms of security and in terms of economy and energy. Ukraine needs to be rebuilt for the whole Europe to be safe. Ukraine is today a stronghold of liberty and freedom, and investments in strengthening Ukraine is an obligation, a moral obligation, and the real politics obligation. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland stands ready to assume responsibility for shaping this new world order and to become an element and a piece in this new post-imperialist order. And we need a world where Russian imperialism, colonialism, and dominance will have no place. A year of war in Ukraine shows that history is not a trap and that you can always avoid that trap, and that even the Ukrainian David can stand up to Russian Goliath. And now the place is needed for a new civilization. Ukraine proves that you can avoid the errors of the past and the inevitability of history. We have no choice, ladies and gentlemen. Either we make an effort in order to become independent, or we will pay for freedom with our blood. In Greek mythology, the dreaming, the sleep is the brother of death. We were asleep, and with bombs falling on Kiev, the free world woke up. Let's hope for the good. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Now I move on to the head of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister and member of the Council of Ministers, Mr. Marek Kuczynski. Prime Minister, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking you for accepting the invitation to this first permanent Warsaw Conference. That's the first review conference on the support for fighting for the Ukraine, which is fighting. We do hope that this conference will become a permanent fixture to review the key elements of support provided to Kiev. We do believe that this will become a platform for us to exchange our experiences and to report on achievements and plans ahead. I do hope that this will be the case, and this first meeting is of prime importance, and this is mostly because of all those reasons presented by Prime Minister Morawiecki. Prime Minister Morawiecki presented a number of challenges. That is why we decided to choose two key themes or topics for today. We believe that these are the topics of emergency in terms of supporting Ukraine. First, the support and assistance to war refugees, those who have fled the country since the Russian invasion, those who fled the country in a big rush. Poland and other neighboring countries, as well as other countries of the free world, gave the support to these millions of war refugees. Refugee communities spans across countries and gather millions of people, and our task is to do our best in order to provide them with the best living conditions here, abroad, and to help them return to their country once the war ends. The Ukrainian state also needs support in terms of energy sector and in terms of energy infrastructures. This will strengthen Ukrainian resilience after the shelling of civilian infrastructure. the world provided a wide energy support, and this energy support is especially important because winter is hard. All who live here in the Central and Eastern Europe knows well how hard the winter can be in everyday life to every average citizen. So this is our prime obligation to provide support to those people and to Ukraine which fights for its independence. So our actions and our efforts need to be discussed in order to make it more effective and to collaborate in a more effective way. So a number of challenges ahead, a number of challenges pending since the beginning of the Russian invasion. I believe that the next sessions of this Warsaw Conference will give the opportunity to discuss also other challenges. In order to strengthen our actions and for us to be more effective, we suggest that we need to cooperate even more closer and to share experiences and lessons learned. Until now, Poland and other neighboring countries and countries of the free world, the US, the UK, and other partners have shown a great will and the ability to act. Right now, the time has come for a better cooperation and for the better planning of this cooperation in order to have again peace in Ukraine and to remove the aggressor from its territory. Let me thank everybody, those present here in the room and those who participate remotely. There are a lot of representatives of universities, political institutions, activists, and members of the non-governmental organizations. So a diversity of perspectives from different stakeholders. I do believe that this diversity will contribute to developing better solutions in order to confront, to tackle more effectively the challenges ahead. Now, let us move to the ambassador of Ukraine in Poland, Mr. Wasyl Zwarycz.
Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Prime Minister for this strong speech, which shows that solidarity counts, that solidarity wins, and it helps save people's lives. Thank you so much for this really friendly approach to us Ukrainians. Poland indeed became the first country that received millions of Ukrainians that fled from the Russian aggressor. We have 1.5 million of Ukrainians right now that came to Poland after 24th of February, and they enjoy not only security, safety, but also normality, regular life. I would like to thank the Polish government for the act that gave the Ukrainian citizens the right to live here just like Polish citizens. We have about 200,000 children that go to Polish schools. We have many thousands of Ukrainians that work here, and 90% of them are women and children, which means that their husbands can feel at ease and fight for their country so that those women and children could come back to Ukraine as soon as possible. I would like to thank the governmental agency for strategic reserves for swift and efficient aid that was organized and that went to Ukraine. I would like to thank for the logistical hubs in Poland, medical hub, transportation hub, It also shows how important it is to cooperate for all the partnership countries. This is this sign of solidarity that all of us need to cherish in their countries. Unfortunately, the war still goes on. Unfortunately, we have to deal with a very violent aggressor. Right now, in the Ukrainian land, we have over 320,000 of Ukrainian militias, soldiers, but it's very difficult to call them the Russian soldiers because they are barbarians, but we need to face it. We often hear, even here in Poland, when somebody says that it's not our war, our response is it's not also our war. War is not the Ukrainian choice, the Ukraine's choice. We wanted to live in peace. We wanted to be a true member of the European Union, but unfortunately, our enemy, Russia, thinks differently in neo-imperialist categories. This is Russia's war against us, and not our war. This is Russia's war against us all, not only against Ukraine, because Russia, in a very violent way, infringed the international law, infringed the principles on which the world order abode. And this is a threat to us all. Russia is a threat for all the civilized countries. If we let her keep infringing the international law, all the next generations of ours will live in a threat of constant war. And for this reason, we need unity and solidarity of us all, because the aggressor's appetite for territories grow as their feeling of impunity grows. And for this reason, we need to unite to win this war and to hold the aggressor accountable. Only for this reason, to hold Russia accountable, we need to unite, we need to form the court to hold Russia responsible for its war crimes, so that there is no feeling of impunity on its side. There's also some voices that say that we are already tired. Yes, there can be some financial difficulties, but for the Ukrainians, it means that we have about 7,000 killed civilians. We have over 70% of destroyed energy critical infrastructure, 55% of infrastructure destroyed. There is a growth of prices for electricity, but we in Ukraine started to enjoy the moments when we have electricity, when we have light in our homes. Please take time to think about it. It was Russia that waged this war practically against whole Europe. Ukraine is a part of Europe. And this is true what Prime Minister said. Right now in Ukraine, the future of the whole Europe is being formed. We can speak a lot about values. We can speak a lot about how beautiful the values are, that we need to cherish them. But are we ready to stand for these values, even for the price of our lives? We in Ukraine showed everyone that we can. We only ask you for solidarity and cooperation with us so that we stop these neo-imperialist Russia's ambitions once and for all and enjoy peace and normality. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for support, solidarity. We believe that together we are invincible. We are going to win. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last speech in the first part. We would like to thank Prime Minister and all the speakers for their participation. I would like to ask Deputy Assistant Secretary in Ellen Brussels of Population to take the floor.
First of all, let me say thank you to Prime Minister Morawiecki, the Polish government, and the University of Warsaw's Center for East European Studies for convening this conference. Furthermore, let me thank Poland and its people for your inspiring and sustained commitment to helping your neighbors in Ukraine. I'm here today thanks to your initiative in calling this timely conference. And as we've already heard, solidarity saves lives. I think that is an important element of what we're doing, so thank you for that frame. This is an excellent opportunity for us to come together to discuss continued support to Ukraine and its people. I would also like to recognize and express my appreciation to the U.S. Ambassador Brzezinski, my colleague Renee Revenier, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, esteemed representatives of the Ukrainian government, other NGO international partners, and all that have joined us today here for our important discussions. Finally, I want to deliver at the outset a message to the Ukrainian people. Our support for Ukraine is unwavering, and we will continue to stand with you in opposition to Russia's unprovoked war of aggression. First, I want to look back at where we've come from, briefly talk about where we are, and then look to the future, where I do, despite all the challenges, see hope. When Putin initiated this unprovoked, full-scale invasion of Ukraine almost a year ago, he set in motion the largest displacement seen in Europe since the Second World War. To date, approximately 6 million Ukrainians are displaced in their country. More than 8 million Ukrainians have fled to neighbors like Poland, and almost 18 million Ukrainians are in need of humanitarian assistance. The Prime Minister called this a tug of war. He could not be more correct. Putin was counting on disunity between Europe and the United States in our support for Ukraine. We all know of his passion for division. I'm happy to report he couldn't have been more wrong. The EU and its member states passed the Temporary Protection Directive, the TPD, less than 10 days after the start of the war on March 4th, 2022. The TPD is a milestone in EU humanitarian commitments. It was the right thing to do at the right time, and it was impressively fast. It sent a strong signal that Russia would not succeed in fractioning EU unity and offered a real juxtaposition between European compassion and Russian aggression. The TPD is also a model humanitarian response by both enabling greater self-reliance for refugees and by helping to stabilize generous host communities, such as those here in Poland and those throughout Europe. No response to such a massive crisis is perfect, but the TPD is an unprecedented whole-of-Europe response that provides significant levels of protection, medical care, education, and access to national social safety nets for most of the people fleeing Ukraine. And now we welcome the EU's ongoing commitment in supporting this comprehensive protection response, and we applaud the dedication shown by member states to protecting vulnerable people. We also see the incredible generosity the people of Europe are demonstrating in welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and their communities. Here in Poland, where more than 1.5 million Ukrainians have found refuge, support remains high, and the efforts of the government, individual volunteers, the private sector, civil society organizations, and our international humanitarian partners are ensuring Ukrainians who have lost so much are able to rest and recover in warmth and safety. The United States recognizes these efforts and those happening across Europe, and thanks you, and through you, your citizens. A mentor of mine was able to condense more than 90 years of his life's experiences and advice down to 6 simple words. Do what's right all the time. You are doing that here in response for Ukraine. Your tremendous generosity and commitment to doing the right thing has helped alleviate the suffering of millions during their darkest hours. You are indeed a good neighbor. For our part, as I noted earlier, the commitment of the United States to Ukraine has been and will remain unwavering. Since the war began, we've provided more than $1.9 billion to support the humanitarian response inside Ukraine and in the region. This includes more than $1.6 billion in support of humanitarian response inside Ukraine and more than $344 million in support throughout the region. We continue to work tirelessly to address the significant and urgent needs stemming from Russia's unprovoked war of aggression. Together, and with the contributions of other parts of the United States government, this represents a historic level of commitment to alleviate the suffering of the Ukrainian people, support Ukraine as it defends itself and demands accountability, and stand shoulder to shoulder with their European allies and partners. And let me turn for a moment to the organizations from the United States, from both USAID and PRM. These organizations are doing heroic work, often under extremely challenging and dangerous circumstances. I particularly want to recognize the incredible efforts of local organizations in serving as a foundation for this massive humanitarian response. For example, just last month, as we all know, UNHCR, UNICEF, WHO, WFP, and other international humanitarian organizations, along with local partners, were able to reach the bombed-out apartment complex in Dnipro shortly after Russian munitions slammed into the building. Our partners were able to provide immediate humanitarian assistance and support the victims of this horrible act of violence. And outside Ukraine, these organizations and host governments, including Poland, have worked together to support the most vulnerable as they fled Russia's violent attacks. The U.S. response for supporting Poland here has been more than $115 million, and we're proud of that. And our visits to seeing the tragedies and seeing the stories just show we have witnessed firsthand the generosity of all your governments and entire societies in welcoming people into Europe. This heartfelt response by governments and individuals alike have made it clear to me that the United States and Europe are fully committed to helping the people of Ukraine over the long haul. Sadly, Russia's aggression seems to have no limits, and the displacement caused by war and Russia's cynical and inhumane attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure will likely continue for some time. With that in mind, my colleagues and I have been thinking about the road ahead and the challenges Ukrainians will continue to face both inside Ukraine and in the region. Similarly, our thinking has turned towards what we must continue to do to support them as they bravely stand up against Russia's aggression. Inside Ukraine, ongoing assaults will continue to cause suffering and create enormous humanitarian need, both within the country and for those fleeing outside its borders. We remain committed to helping, but the people of Ukraine and their government are still under enormous strain, with lasting impacts to their economy, infrastructure, and the very fabric of their society. For example, regarding education, UN contacts report that the absence of compulsory enrollment, only 30% of refugee children are unable to enroll in national systems for in-person learning that have done so. Not being in school will be a lasting scar on the Ukrainian war generation, and we must do more to encourage enrollment. Every child deserves education. Another example of the long-term challenges facing refugees is the lack of affordable housing in all the host countries for its citizens and for its refugees. Refugees cannot remain as guests in homes forever. We need to work together to find sustainable long-term solutions for accommodation, both for refugees and for those so generously hosting their participation. We understand that more affordable housing may be available outside large cities, but refugees remain skeptical of moving to locations without information on employment and access to transportation. Refugees from Ukraine are incredibly well educated, but language barriers present an obstacle to seeking employment in their specialties. We are increasingly focused on their socioeconomic inclusion, which humanitarian interventions cannot do alone. We understand employers are receptive to ideas that include consideration for housing and childcare. Our responses have to be creative and innovative. One response I'm particularly proud of is the Memorandum of Understanding the United States Department of State has signed with the Tent Partnership for Refugees. It focuses on socioeconomic inclusion for refugees globally, and specifically, a part of that response is for those in Ukraine, including to help refugee women find work through the Sunflower Project. Intent, along with our partners UNHCR and IOM, convened a jobs fair in December that included Ukrainians in Poland seeking access to the local job market. Over 40 major companies and organizations attended the job fair in Warsaw and Krakow, and collectively offered more than 1,000 vacancies at a variety of skill levels, from entry-level to managerial positions. So where are we going? We have to go with programs and partnerships that work. And how do we share our lessons learned? As we all know, we have to maintain our unity of support for Ukraine, including when it comes to its financial commitments. And to date, the people of the United States and Europe have generally supported a robust humanitarian response. And until Ukrainians can safely and sustainably return to rebuild their country, these needs will continue to exist. At the same time, we're facing humanitarian crises around the world, driven by food insecurity, climate change, disease, and conflict. Balancing our responses to such unprecedented global need will be an increasing challenge for all donors in the foreseeable future. Adding to this is the fact our international humanitarian partners cannot maintain operational footprints in the EU member states over the long term. As they scale back their presence, the EU and its member states will be pressed to provide even more resources to replace what our humanitarian partners had delivered. This will not be easy, but unity of purpose in support of Ukraine and against Russia's aggression must underpin our efforts in this regard. And finally, as this unprovoked war continues, we must guard against host community fatigue. I saw an EU poll from last year that indicated in November 73% of respondents approved of continued EU action in support of Ukraine. This is encouraging, but how long will it last? What can governments do to make the pressure on societies manageable? We in the United States also face this challenge to make sure public support and interest for the most vulnerable, including Ukrainians, does not wane. Recently, Secretary Blinken noted Ukraine remains our top priority and called on every member state to help and for everyone in the State Department to do our part to ensure the American citizens know how important our work is and why U.S. engagement is critical to American interests. We need to do this and to continue robust support to the rest of the world's crises, including by innovating our responses and by expanding our partnerships. So these new solutions are coming. Putin's war is leading us to re-examine the global humanitarian architecture and see new solutions to how we face protracted conflict. We're coming to understand the national governments and international organizations that have traditionally funded crises cannot do it all. So where do I see some hope? I see hope that we are reaching out to countries and organizations that have not been historic members of the global donor community to expand the donor base for Ukraine and for other crises. We're examining closely the nexus between relief and development in fragile states to improve our coherence and our ability to work together to create efficiencies and help more people. We're finding new ways to engage with international financial institutions and multilateral development banks to create innovative financial models. The World Bank provides just one excellent example of the way the international financial institutions can complement humanitarian organizations. The United States has been a strong supporter of the bank-hosted Global Concessional Financing Facility and the International Development Association window for host communities and refugees. The funding these initiatives direct to bolster critical infrastructure provides host governments essential support to meet the needs of growing migrants and refugee populations. We will continue to support similar innovations and address crises around the world, including in Ukraine. And we've also seen private giving go up dramatically. To our UN partners, some have reached more than 103% last year, in part to respond to Ukraine than the year before. These dramatic increases show collaboration, and private donorship is another window of opportunity. We know we can't count on these elevated giving levels forever, but they show that individual private citizens and private organizations can be game changers in the humanitarian funding space. The lesson here is that we cannot get complacent. We also cannot lose hope. Our resources are not infinite, but with creativity and innovation, we can and must multiply their effect. This is important work that mirrors what I know many of you here are doing in your countries and communities today. In parallel, I'm here to demonstrate our continued commitment to work together to address these challenges, ensure a peaceful and prosperous future for Ukraine and its people. Thank you, and I look forward to our fruitful discussions today.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Pani
Thank you very much, Deputy Assistant Secretary. Marshall, I'll give you the floor again. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all those speeches, opening speeches. This is a great starting point to our panels. You said that we are already stand ready, and the representative of the United States, PRM, said that the US are ready to help. to tackle the challenges ahead. And right now, we need to make all the efforts in order for the actions ahead to be even more coordinated in Eastern Europe, in Central Europe, and across the world. You've just shown that the joint assistance in such emergencies as war is the obligation of any civilized state, not only from the Euro-Atlantic community. I will invite the first panelist, Mr. Wojciech Łukańczyk, the head of the Center for East European Studies. He will moderate the first panel, the support for Ukrainian citizens fleeing the war. The panel will include Mr. Paweł Szefernaker, the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Administration and Internal Affairs, and also the government plenipotentiary for war refugees from Ukraine. We chose it as the first topic, as the first theme, because during the discussion we could add some new elements and some presentations with more detailed information. Please feel free to share your experiences, your lessons learned. In order for this meeting, for this platform to be truly effective, it needs to address the challenges ahead. We need to make a diagnosis of the current situation and then move on to the debate to have the conclusions that would define our future tasks. Can we start? Director. Mr. Wojciech Kononczuk, the Director of the Center for East European Studies, the moderator of the panel. Thank you very much, dear Marshal. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the first roundtable. The discussion panel, and the title is The Support to Ukrainian Citizens Fleeing the War. The discussion will be about the actions taken so far to assist war refugees in Poland and in other neighboring countries. We will also discuss the challenges in the EU countries regarding the refugee situations. Let me thank to Paweł Szefernaker, the government plenipotentiary for the refugees from Ukraine, and let me just stress that he was appointed immediately after the war broke out. And this institution is supposed to coordinate in the efforts and the actions of all stakeholders. So let me move to our panelists. Please take your seats. So Minister Szefernaker, Minister Marlena Maląg, Minister Agnieszka Ścigel.
Representative on UNHCR in Poland, please take your seats. I zapraszam również pana Wojciecha Wirka.
And Mr. Wojciech Wilk, the head of the PCPM, the Polish Center for International Assistance, in NGO, a Polish NGO. Ladies and gentlemen, before I move on to the panelists, let me make an introduction to outline the context and the challenges ahead of Poland and neighboring countries. I do remember the visit of Prime Minister Morawiecki in February 2022. Some would say that the war was imminent. It was not a widespread belief. And back then, the Prime Minister Morawiecki said in Kiev, if the Russian aggression starts, Poland will open its doors to Ukrainian refugees. And indeed, the war broke out and Poland opened the gates, opened the doors. This is the largest refugee crisis on the European continent since the Second World War, which largely surpassed the refugee crisis of 2015 and 2016. Thanks to quick decisions and actions of Polish government and of other neighboring countries, the Polish-Ukrainian border was opened. At the peak of the crisis, during the first days, nearly 300,000 Ukrainians crossed the Polish border. Immediately, Polish authorities enacted the bill on the assistance to Ukrainian refugees and Poland to legalize their stay. I often explain to people from outside Poland what this act is about, and I actually say that this act provides equal rights to Ukrainian refugees, with one exception, the right to vote in elections. And this was, I believe, an adequate response to such unprecedented refugee crisis. Several million Ukrainians left their homes, 5, 6, 7 million left their homes and moved abroad. Not forget the IDPs, at least 1/3, 1/4 of the whole Ukrainian population became internally displaced. Poland has been working under huge pressure. We knew that this was a historic moment, and the efforts were successful because of the massive support of the Polish society, the Polish government, and the Polish local authorities. We have organized this panel to make a sort of a stock taking of what has been done over the recent months and to define the challenges still pending, which require our actions. Let me move on to our first panelist, Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk and the Minister for the Reintegration of Temporarily Occupied Territories of Ukraine. The Deputy Prime Minister will participate remotely. Do we have the connection? Deputy Prime Minister, can you hear us? Can you hear us? As you can see, there's still some technical issues. If we could wait for a second. Good morning. Can you hear us, Minister? Good morning. We can start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking sincerely all of you for supporting our Ukrainian citizens. This is an extraordinary support and of great importance to us. Our victory will be the victory of all the people who respect international law and international fundamental values. And among those values, freedom is definitely the most important. As the Deputy Prime Minister, I am in charge of the protection, civil protection of population against the effects of this atrocious war. In 2022, my efforts and the efforts of my teams were focused on the evacuation of those who fled the shelling from eastern and southern oblasts of Ukraine. Now it's 2023, and right now we are shifting more to helping Ukrainians who right now live abroad and want to come back to their homes. Some first efforts have already been made. Education, humanitarian aid, health, care, social assistance. Well, these are our key areas of actions, and I would like to extend my thanks to the Polish government for swift and smooth cooperation. The actions have been taken quickly and decisions have been made quickly in order to help real people. We want to act in a quick and decisive manner. We have people who are ready to act. And again, I also thank all the governments who have decided to offer help to Ukraine and to Ukrainians living abroad. What are the issues and challenges which I believe may be of importance during this year? Every national government is limited in its actions by the legal framework, and a number of jurisdictions have a legal framework to protect refugees. However, the degree of protection differs from one country to another. Let me just give the example of healthcare services provided to small children. Every hosting country needs to be contacted individually by our teams in order to see what are the gaps, what are the legislative gaps, and this basically postpones a number of decisions, and this is especially true in case of children, their status and they stay in the EU countries, and they've been staying in the EU countries for more than a year and will stay there. We have established the solidarity platform in order to tackle the challenges identified country by country. Unfortunately, I cannot say that this is really effective, that it really works. It has not provided the expected results. So let me propose to all of you to set up such coordination or solidarity platforms at the national level to solve quickly any issues and to have the decisions, to make the decisions in a speedy way. Our cooperation with Poland can be used as a model. It basically shows that when the decision making is quick, we can save a lot of lives. Let me suggest that you could set up such platforms based on the model of the existing solidarity platform. I believe that this solution could be used to devise measures targeted at women, children, and the elderly. The UN system organizations have also provided us assistance and help. This is a transnational or international assistance. Here, the coordination actually works well. The UNHCR, IOM, and others. These agencies, together with us in Ukraine, coordinate works in the field, and the outcomes are really great. And this coordination is less successful in case of other partnerships. I believe that coordination is now the key for communities of Ukrainians right now staying abroad. Our wish would be to have in countries where you are active and where Ukrainians are staying, launch such cooperation or coordination measures. This is the essential tool in order to provide effective support to Ukrainian citizens and to ensure that their conditions of stay are comfortable. Our government stands ready to cooperate with international organizations, national governments in the countries hosting Ukrainian refugees. We do realize that in 2023, the level of funding would be similar to the one provided in 2022. However, our expectation would be to have in 2023 a better channeling of efforts from international community. The efforts should be channeled or shifted to reconstruction works, so reconstruction or preparation for Ukrainian reconstruction of Ukrainian infrastructure. I mean, basically the flats, the pool of flats available to people coming back home. Let me thank again to all of you sincerely. This is a Christian love and a Christian understanding that you show in resolving such tough, challenging issues. Thank you very much. Together we will win. Thank you very much for this message from Kiev, very specific measures proposed. And now I move on to Paweł Szefernak, government plenipotentiary for Ukrainian war refugees. Yes, please, Minister. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the Chancellery of the Prime Minister and the head of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, Marshal Kuchcinski, for organizing this Warsaw Conference. For 1 year already, we've been learning on the job how to help those who flee war and those who seek shelter in Poland and in other countries represented at this meeting today. On the 24th of February 2022, the Russian Federation attacked Ukraine, and this military invasion took Ukrainian population by surprise. People frightened decided to leave their flats and their homes and headed to Polish-Ukrainian borders. Over the first days after the invasion, Polish government opened the border and everybody could freely cross it. I had the honor to coordinate those measures on behalf of the Ministry of Interior and on behalf of the whole Polish government. And I do remember the fear which I saw in the eyes of Ukrainians crossing the border. I saw the fear and I saw the uncertainty. At the beginning, those people would say, we would like to stay close to the border. It will last only a few days and we would come back quickly. And in these emergency situations, we had to implement new solutions in order to relocate people inside the country. After a few days, everybody understood that they had to move inside Poland. And our priority back then was to enable a smooth border crossing. It was to provide accommodation, food supplies, and health assistance. We organized the reception points for Ukrainian refugees, and after this basic assistance was provided, the Ukrainians could use the organized transport to move to refugee centers opened across the country. And actually, I mentioned that at each such conference to stress that since the very first hours of the Russian aggressions, we had a response from the local governments and from the NGOs and from Polish citizens. In the largest Polish agglomerations, places were open for children and Ukrainian children and women. In great work was done by local governments and the municipalities at the border with Ukraine. And let me just mention that the largest number of Ukrainian refugees were hosted by Polish citizens. They were welcomed in Polish homes, and this was a huge effort. Until January 2023, nearly 2 million Ukrainians were welcomed by Polish families in Polish homes. And after the first emergency measures were put in place, the government rushed on to create a legal framework. The legal framework was adopted as in form of an act on the rights of Ukrainian refugees. The act provides equal rights to Ukrainian refugees, the rights equal to the rights granted to any other foreigners staying on the territory of the Polish Republic. That means access to healthcare, access to the labor market and accommodation. And we know that right now more than 200,000 children have been enrolled to Polish schools, and that there is a strong presence of Ukrainians on the Polish labor market. Ukrainian refugees decided that they wanted independence and that they would exercise their rights to have a normal life, despite the fact that their homeland has been attacked and that the war is raging there. And what our priority was to ensure the assistance to individual Ukrainian citizens and to the Ukrainian nation as a whole. For us, this is a pre-requirement for a successful reconstruction of Ukraine in the future. We also launched a number of measures to support IDPs. We understood that a lot of Ukrainians wanted to stay in their homeland, and we know that the flows, internal migration flows are quite huge. Michał Dworczyk was in charge of coordinating such efforts in cooperation with the Governmental Strategic Reserves Agency. Since the onset, we wanted to ensure Ukrainians in Ukraine the best living conditions, despite shellings and despite this atrocious invasion. We wanted to create the best humanitarian conditions for any Ukrainian internally displaced people. Through the Governmental Strategic Reserves Agency, we provide spare parts for the repair of critical infrastructures, medical supplies. We've built some accommodation kits, beds. We've built a number of homes for Ukrainian internally displaced people. It's more than 1 billion zlotys, and we are the assistance hub for all humanitarian stakeholders from all over the world. More than 100,000 trucks we loaded with supplies have been organized. So it's really beyond what we expected at the beginning of the war. We would like to thank the NGOs. It was not an easy task at the beginning. That was a mutual learning exercise. the NGOs, international NGOs and national NGOs had experience from different types of migration situations. And the last 12 months were marked with a time of cooperation and mutual learning. And let me thank Kevin Allen, representing UNHCR in Poland. Thank you very much. Your efforts in Poland, thanks to your efforts in Poland, the UN agencies and the UNHCR can act in a more targeted way and in a way complementary to government actions. At the beginning, it was slightly more scattered and even similar, and there was a lot of overlap between the actions of local government, central government. Right now, thanks to the UNHCR, the International and Polish Red Cross, and together with other agencies, together with the Polish Center for International Assistance, a huge work has been done by this NGO. So thanks to you and to other large and smaller Polish NGOs, we have been able to put up in place a true system, a system which is a fruit of a joint work with complementary pieces. So everybody knows where and when to act. There are actions made by local governments, the actions launched by national government, and there are also complementary actions from international and other local actors. Don't forget that the challenges have been evolved. First, it was a humanitarian emergency. Right now, it's more about integrating refugees in Poland, and we need to ensure the implementation of integration programs or the recovery, post-crisis recovery programs. We need to offer assistance to those who live right now in collective accommodation centers. And let me thank all the organizations who help us in making those people, those refugees, self-sufficient and independent. International organizations, local organizations, help those people to find accommodation and to live an independent life in Poland. More than 1.5 million Ukrainians requested for the official registration number and got it. Over 500,000 have been welcomed in collective accommodation centers, and more than 1 million have been hosted by Polish families. And I do believe that in many places, the solutions turned out to be successful. We've been learning all the time. Let me thank Minister Ścigaj, now in charge of the integration project. She's got great experience, and she is a great and valuable piece in this framework. I do believe that with this and each new conference, we will be able to devise solutions to help Ukrainians have a successful and good life in Poland. Ukrainians who right now are fleeing Ukraine come to Poland and they have a ready-made system. And this is thanks to the Polish society and the Polish authorities. Poland has proven has shown the actual meaning of the word solidarity. Thank you very much.
I think that your words show very well this unprecedented crisis that we are dealing with. It's well worth it to emphasize that even before the 24th of February, this aid started, because on the level of self-government, some activities were undertaken. Unfortunately, it came true that they were very much needed. Right now, Madam Marlena Maciąg, who represents the ministry that undertook also very important activities. Thank you so much for the invitation to this conference, for having me here. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, the feeling of security for all of us is very much needed. Minister Paweł Szakenaker pictured what we were facing with from the very beginning, starting with the 24th of February 2022. This was direct aid, also it was about the coordination of this aid, coordination of activities between the government and self-government authorities. We passed the exam for humanity. We have a still fighting Ukraine that fights for its freedom, but also for the freedom of whole Europe, the whole world. We are obliged to support it. The activities undertaken by my ministry were about organizing aid also for children that came unattended to Poland. These were children that were in the need of support. We needed to have adequate legislation related to temporary tutors and hubs for the evacuation of children. Also, it was about finding venues for them. The children are secure. We cooperate very closely with the ambassador and with the Ministry for Social Policy of Ukraine. But work is most important because, as it was already uttered at this conference, the citizens of Ukraine, refugees that came to Poland based on this special act, were under the same rights as Polish people. They are here in Poland legally. They are entitled to work legally, and they are entitled to receive benefits. And this is all organized very swiftly and efficiently. I would like to focus on work because it gives the feeling of indemnity, stability, security. Poland has the lowest unemployment ratio in the European Union, and this space allowed us to take a very responsible decision in order to simplify the procedures, finding work for the citizens of Ukraine. Also, before the war, the Ukrainian citizens worked here, but the structure of employment was totally different. These were mainly men, over 70%. These were men who worked in heavy sectors, in constructions, wherever we had the need for workforce. But right now, the situation changed. Over 70% are women with children. They come to Poland. We are simplifying our procedures so that the employers can employ citizens of Ukraine based on simplified procedure on so-called notifications. According to our up-to-date statistics, we have over 900,000 people who found places of work. Like Minister said, we have 1.5 million of people who have our social security number. Given the Ukrainian citizens want to function here independently and safely, I would like to extend the words of thankfulness for employers who created these conditions. How did this process look like? Via the central database of job offers, which was also prepared in Ukrainian language. Employers addressed their job offers. We also created a portal, a website entitled Work in Poland. It's also run in Ukrainian, and it helps the Ukrainian citizens to find workplaces. It shows that right now we still have vacancies where Ukrainian citizens can find their job. And where do they work predominantly? This is mainly in the hotel hospitality sector, in services sector. These people can find jobs according to their education. We created conditions via the governmental state-owned agencies for work placement so that these people could find job places in their field of education. We also make it simpler for them to go through the procedure of acknowledging their diplomas. And for this reason, all these activities, all the efforts so that the labor market would still be a very open labor market for the citizens of Ukraine is very important for us. We help Ukrainian citizens this way. They can stand on their feet and they organize their lives. It's also very important when they think about the time that one day they are going to go back to their own country, but also we obtain the effect of synergy. These people who are here in Poland complement our labor market. They pay taxes here, they pay social contributions here, and their future somehow is also connected with Poland. And for this reason, we organize numerous events and meetings with our social partners so that this employment, which is possible in Poland, would let them have this feeling of dignity. It's very important, along with the labor inspectorate, we make sure that they are employed on decent conditions, on the same conditions as for Poles. This sector of labor is very important, and we are going to keep undertaking our utmost efforts so that the Ukrainian citizens that are in Poland that want to work could find this workplaces systemically and easily via the central database and also via the website Work in Poland, which is dedicated especially and helps them find jobs on our labor market. I'm convinced that all the efforts related to humanitarian military aid will contribute to Ukraine's victory and that we are going to enjoy the freedom of this country, which is so important for Europe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Minister. Thank you for emphasizing this swift entering of Ukrainian refugees on the Polish labor market, having in mind the scale of the crisis and also the fact that over half of refugees undertook jobs right now. It's really a tremendous achievement. I would like to ask to take the floor Madam Agnieszka Ścigaj, Minister, Member of the Council of Ministers. Thank you so much, Marshal, Ministers. I would like to welcome you warmly. Thank you for this conference, which is the first conference on which I have an opportunity to present my work and plans for the future, and also what we are intending to do next, because thanks to this solidarity and unity, thanks to being involved in these priorities, we achieved a lot. What Mr. Schaffernagel said is that whatever we managed to do in this very difficult time was for no other reason than for the sake of this unity, even with different point views. We got united, even in this crisis time. It gave a tremendous effect, this social energy and this exemplary cooperation, which is seldom met in many sectors, in many areas. We passed our exam in humanity. We thought that this war would end very soon, and also this humanitarian aid coordinated between many international organizations, those big international organizations and local organizations would be a short-term aid, and we will help these people go back to their homes, and they are dreaming of it. Unfortunately, it's not the case. We all are wishing for this to happen, but we as a country experience something great that we cannot lose. In this difficult time, we learned how to cooperate fully to help people who are in crisis, families which are in a very difficult situation. They need work, they need to take care of those who are dependent on them, they need a place to stay. They also need to run their normal life. And very swiftly, this legislative process that was launched gave this opportunity. In many different areas, the Ukrainian citizens could benefit in the vast majority of all the benefits that are there for Polish citizens. And for these months, we managed to meet and discuss how to run programs that would help these people to function and find a workplace. I would like to speak very briefly. This is my first public presentation of 3 documents that we managed to elaborate, not only along with organizations, citizens, but also different ministries that showed a great openness to these legislative changes, knowing that we need to cooperate in these areas. We need to combine certain activities. There are certain activities that need to be done, but also we need to use the potential, the opportunities, whatever we have in our resources as the country, whatever we could use so that we could survive this difficult time. This program, which is called We Need Each Other, we are talking about a potential, about the opportunities, whatever we can take out of this period. We also can talk about the cooperation between the Polish people and Ukrainians. Maybe we are thinking from now on how to rebuild Ukraine, how to be an important part and help Ukraine to be a part of the European Union. The program We Need Each Other becomes a governmental program. Right now, it's on the stage of a pilot program. First of all, it was created thanks to experience gathered, not only Polish experience. I would like to also extend my words of thankfulness to IOM or UNICEF that worked on this program, helped to also use the experience of other countries in the refugees crisis, but also by talking about our experience here in Poland, also different aid activities that were undertaken. The program has 3 elements that are needed so that somebody could function well in a new environment. A place to stay, work, mentioned by Mr. Malong, but also care for those who need care. In small towns, it is based on a philosophy that IOM is emphasizing, that we not only have to address aid to those who we want to integrate, but also we need to prepare local communities so that they are open, so that they are reorganized, so that they could accept these new inhabitants in the systems that are there. The program is about social inclusion. This experience taught us that whatever we learned needs to be in a system that is going to be built. We cannot only find and think about individual elements like work and place to stay. Right now, we need to learn to think so that all these elements would become one whole in the activities. We need to also learn how to cooperate on a constant basis with local governments or non-governmental organizations. Here you can see the main premises of this program. The target group are Ukrainian citizens who fled the war, also persons and people who are and families who are in danger of being socially excluded. What is very important is the durability of results, that is, the housing structure. There should be possibilities of collective places to stay, but we know that for the long run, in the long run, it's not the best solution for families, for children who need to go to school, people who need to find a job. Accommodation is the first element that gives the sense of security, gives the perspective of going further to find a job or also render care to those who need care, who are vulnerable. This program is based on these premises, and it also includes some obligatory elements. We know that it worked well in many places. Thanks to this cooperation, we overcame very many crises, but we know that any non-governmental organization can contribute tremendously to render help to these people. So it's well worth it to unite our efforts. We also try to include elements in this program related to the accommodation and based on what we already have in place in our Polish structure. That is, we had social agencies for housing, and according to our experience, these were some social rental agencies. We offer places to stay, we offer flats, and for those who do not know the language very well, the social rental agencies are of great importance, and also they can build on with other services. What was the basis for this program was the fact that this policy related to accommodation helped us understand that we have quite big housing resources in Poland, over 2 million apartments that can be adapted for these people for some time. Anyone can have a place to stay, especially those who come from big cities. In big cities, it's really not possible to extend the infrastructure so swiftly, but in small towns and villages, it's easier. So it's well worth it to use these resources. This program is on the eve of launching the pilot program. We are on the stage of preparing the memorandum for understanding with UNHCR, IOM, and UNICEF. UNHCR. These organizations helped create the program of social inclusion, and we dearly hope that we will manage it to transfer this program also to other countries of the European Union. This Polish model, which abandons the idea of building huge refugee centers, but rather is for giving these people their own places. They can be a precedence for other countries and can help them change the immigration policy, especially it is addressed to people who had difficulties finding their own accommodation and job place. I would like to thank all those who contributed to this cooperation, to Mr. Schaffernacker, who also contributed to the elaboration of these documents. I hope that these documents, also the pilot program, will become the direction which will be a model program for those who need swift social inclusion. Again, thank you very much for the possibility of presenting this program.
Minister,
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for showing us the measures implemented right now in order to ensure the long-term stay of Ukrainians in Poland. Today, we all know that the war will not end soon, and thank you very much for showing that the integration means also work with local communities. Now, let me move on to Kevin J. Allen, representative of the UNHCR, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Poland. After the discussion of Polish solutions on integration, let us now see the solutions from one of the greatest international organizations.
On behalf of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Deputy Prime Minister Vereshchuk is still with us, but I was very glad to hear about the work that's ongoing in Ukraine. And I will tell you from the very early days, UNHCR and our other sister UN agencies made a very concerted decision to stay and deliver and to stand with the people of Ukraine in this time of need and to address the issues of forced displacement within Ukraine. It's also a great pleasure to be here with Minister Schaffernacker, with whom we've developed a very close relationship over the last several months, the last year almost. I'm also very honored to be here with Minister Malong and to hear some of the great work that's been ongoing at the Ministry of Family and Social Policy. I was particularly interested in the comments about working refugees, getting jobs, contributing to Polish society. I was just in Poznan, had a very interesting meeting with the governor there. And one of the things we talked about was the private sector and how can we serve a bridging role as UNHCR to help people get jobs and to contribute. Of course, we also work very closely with the MOPs at the local level under the Ministry of Family and Social Policy. So it's a great honor to be here with you also, Minister. Minister Chigai, we're also very honored to work with you in the context of integration. As Minister Chigai mentioned, we're part of the expert committee that's contributed to some of these really very innovative policies that Poland is rolling out. So across the board, really a pleasure to work with the government at different levels. But I would be remiss not to also mention my friend and colleague, Mr. Wojtek Wilk from PCPM. We have other colleagues here in the room from civil society, from NGOs. I'm looking at some friends from Caritas right now. This is really what allows us to do this work together, collectively. As many have said here today, unfortunately, this is the biggest refugee crisis we have seen since World War II. I've been with the UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, for 20 years. I started off my career in the refugee camps of Dadaab on the Kenya-Somali border. I ended up in places like Afghanistan and most recently was working in Bangladesh in the world's largest refugee camp. I will tell you that I never expected to be standing here in Warsaw, in Poland, confronting this type of situation. It is astonishing on so many different levels, but it unfortunately is the reality. And it's part of a larger situation that we are observing globally. Currently, if you look at the global landscape, there are 103 million people who have been forcibly displaced. That's 2.5 times the population of Poland. 103 million people who have been forced out of their homes, maybe in the middle of the night with little but the clothing on their backs, because of conflict, because of persecution. And unfortunately, within that context of 103 million people displaced, we have the Ukrainian crisis, where we have currently 6 million internally displaced Ukrainians and over 8 million people who have gone into Europe to seek safety and protection. In many ways, this is a result of a crisis of multilateralism, where peace and stability is elusive. Our role as UNHCR, as the UN Refugee Agency, and many of our humanitarian partners is not a political role. Our role is to focus on the human being who is forced out of his or her home seeking safety, trying to help those people find refuge, to build resilience so that ultimately, hopefully, they can return home one day when conditions permit. And in that context, I want to emphasize that UNHCR stands with Ukrainians forced to flee, whether they're forced to flee internally or whether they're forced to cross borders to seek international protection as refugees. UNHCR stands with each and every one of those individuals, as does the government of Poland. And UNHCR also very humbly stands with the government of Poland and the people of Poland, who, as you have heard from countless speakers today, done such an exemplary job. And I don't need to recount all of the great things that Poland has done, but it is so exemplary, I think it's worth recounting just a few of those things. Because I will tell you, in my 20 years with UNHCR, in many different countries where I have worked, I have never seen such a response, a whole of society response, starting at the central level, moving down to the regional level, to the city level, powiat, gmina, to the civil society level, churches, local NGOs, volunteers, people opening up the doors to their homes literally and welcoming people to stay in their home for months at a time. I really, in my career as a UN official, have never witnessed such solidarity in action. It's truly humbling, and it's in that context that UNHCR was asked to ramp up our response with other humanitarian actors, but very much in a complementary role, not a duplicative role. But as Minister Scheffernacher very rightly said, in that initial phase of this emergency, when my boss, Filippo Grandi, my High Commissioner, met with His Excellency the Prime Minister Morawiecki, and we were asked to ramp up our presence, we had to figure out how to do that, how to adjust in the context of the European Union, in the context of a developed country like Poland. And to be fair and to be honest, we had to make some adjustments. There were some growing pains. We had to learn together how to find our comparative advantage. Where is our value add? Not just as the UN Refugee Agency, but as the coordinator for the international community, for sister UN agencies like UNICEF, the World Health Organization, the International Organization for Migration, around 80 different NGOs who are part of the response here. How do we work together to try to coordinate that in a way that's complementary? And it's an ongoing process. It's never something that's perfected. It's always a work in progress. But I think we've made a lot of good progress on that front. I will mention that in the context of coordinating the response, there was initially last year a regional refugee response plan, an appeal for $1.8 billion and around $770 million of an appeal for Poland. Now, on the surface, these sound like relatively large numbers, but we know that they actually are just a drop in the bucket when it comes to the support that Poland has provided, financially and otherwise. So our role very much has been one of complementarity, trying to work together with the government of Poland and the people of Poland. Some of the areas that we have focused on, I think our friend, the ambassador of Ukraine, mentioned that 90% of the refugees here are women and children. So a lot of our work has been focused on those groups and the special needs that they may have, trying to deliver targeted assistance also to those with physical challenges, those who are experiencing mental stress from what they've fled. The elderly, we have a number of elderly folks here who need special care and attention. And then the full range of services that the government is so generously providing, like education and healthcare and being able to work, doing what we can do as UNHCR and partners to bridge, to be a link to those services, just to make sure that people know where to go. If there are any administrative things that they don't quite understand, explaining that so that they can access the tremendous generosity of the government and the people of Poland. At the same time, I see a number of friends and colleagues here from the diplomatic community. I would be remiss not to thank you for the steadfast support that you provided, not just to us, but of course to the government of Poland. And part of our job as UNHCR is to work with the international community. And I see our friend from the Department of State, Mr. Turner. Great to have you here and to be with you. And we greatly appreciate the support of the U.S. government, but all of the donors here that are in the room who have contributed to this effort. It really is an international community effort as a whole of society approach. Maybe in closing, I'll just highlight three key areas that as UNHCR we see as strategic priorities moving forward. The first is everything that relates to the very complex cross-border dynamics on the Ukraine-Poland border. We know that there is a lot of movement back and forth. We work closely with the border guards, with the Ministry of the Interior to try to understand some of those movements. At the same time, when we're looking at those movements, we're thinking about possible additional flows of refugees, very much under the leadership of the Ministry of Interior, of the voivodas, of the local authorities in Lubelsky, Podkarpacia regions, trying to work on emergency preparedness in the event that there is another influx. We hope that doesn't happen. But at the same time, thinking about the possibility, the hope of returns. Now, we know that this isn't happening yet in a sustainable way. There are a lot of things that have to happen before many people will choose to go back when the time is right. But as UNHCR, we need to constantly be thinking about solutions. And even though a number of refugees now, probably the majority, are not ready to go back yet, we know that most refugees, everywhere that we work in the world, the vast majority of them ultimately would like to go home. And so that's also something that we need to start thinking about carefully as we move forward into the months ahead of us. The second strategic priority for us is something that I sometimes deem the refugees in the shadows, or people who may have fallen through the cracks, notwithstanding the tremendous support of the government of Poland and the people of Poland. We know that when we outreach to communities, be it through local grassroots actors, or many times the Ukrainian diaspora who is here, we identify certain categories of people who have special needs and may be at risk of falling through the cracks if we don't provide them a little bit of complementary additional support. So this is something that we'll be looking at as well, the bridging role that we can play as the UN Refugee Agency with our partners, with the many NGO partners we work with our sister UN agencies. The third and final thing very much relates to what all of the distinguished ministers were talking about, and that is social and economic inclusion. Trying to do our role to orient people to the many services that are available with the PESEL Ukra. Once they have that, they can access so many great things here, be it education, health, jobs, different social benefits. But at the same time, trying to work on building the resilience of the community and helping them get jobs in the private sector is an area that we see a place where we want to put a lot of focus in the next year, trying to bridge with companies, with the private sector who may be ready and able to hire refugees. We know the issue of childcare continues to be a big challenge in that context, but these are some of the things that I think we want to focus on as the UN Refugee Agency. And all of this really goes towards building the resilience, the resilience of Ukrainian refugees. And I say building the resilience, and perhaps I shouldn't say that because we've already seen that the Ukrainians are so resilient inherently. The world's been amazed at the resilience of the Ukrainians. But whatever we can do to help support that resilience so that they can contribute and continue contributing to Poland in the first instance or other host countries, but ultimately, hopefully one day, so they can go back to Ukraine and contribute to rebuilding Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję w szczególności za podkreślenie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for stressing the extreme effort of the Polish society and for stressing all the challenges that are still pending. All the panelists stressed that the NGOs have played a major role. Without the contribution of NGOs, we were unable to manage this refugee crisis. That is why we invited to this panel Wojciech Wilk, who manages the Polish Center for International Assistance, one of the NGOs present in different crisis areas across the world, including in Ukraine. Thank you very much, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this conference and to this discussion panel among such eminent speakers. I've been managing the PCPM, one of the Polish NGOs. So the international Polish NGOs. We were present in Lebanon, and we used this experience to provide humanitarian assistance, including cash assistance to Ukrainian refugees. We employed more than 1,500 women to support municipalities in 25 cities as educational assistants at schools. In Rzeszów, we have a medical team acting under the auspices of the European Union, and we manage there the evacuation center for the wounded who will next go to other EU countries. We have stepped up our efforts when faced with this crisis. Our budget and our teams increased by more than 10 times. It was a tenfold increase, but this is the unprecedented refugee crisis, the largest one since the end of the Second World War. I've been in the humanitarian career for more than 20 years, like Kevin Allen. First, I worked for the UN, and then I started the PCPM, and this is my 20th humanitarian emergency. And I was involved in managing emergencies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sudan, Iraq, Lebanon, and others. And what are the similarities? What are the differences? Well, let me start by saying that Poland managed quite well the initial stage of the crisis together with local governments and with central governments. We really managed this disproportionately large crisis. Let's just compare the situation of Ukrainian refugees in Poland and in Germany. There, only half of them would find a job during the 5 years after the entry into the German territory. So the unemployment rate after 5 years of stay would rise to 50%. In Poland, the majority would find a job, so that's a different quality. More than 2/3 of Ukrainian children have been enrolled to Polish schools and do not struggle. We are present in Latvia, and there we provide humanitarian assistance at the Russian border because that's the place where Ukrainian who stayed in Russia would choose to flee the country. And in Latvia, we do help at schools because there the language barrier is quite big. There were no worst-case scenarios in Poland in terms of accommodations, and this was thanks to Polish families who decided to take on Ukrainian families, and the government rolled out the program to financially support Polish families who were ready to welcome such Ukrainian refugee groups. And so the number, there is more than 8% of children at school, there is more than 8% of patients at health clinics, and all the NGOs did their best to coordinate their work with the ministries, with local governments, and with the UN agencies, the UNHCR, for instance. And the refugee response plan was developed, and more than $500,000 was raised for UN agencies programs and for NGOs program. We do not know whether there will be another massive influx of refugees. If not, the situation in Poland should remain stable. And in this context, we have three priority topics of interest. First, we need to focus on those who are most in need, those who have not managed to recover and who have not managed to become self-sufficient. The majority of Ukrainian refugees are now on the labor market, 60, 70%, but there are still those who need help. These are elderly people, retirees. 10% of refugees are retirees and elderly people, and they need help because they are unable to work. There are tens thousands of people who are individuals with disabilities. Then there are women with small children, and childcare facilities need to be provided for such women to start a job. So 60% of Ukrainian refugees are successful on the labor market, but there are still 40% need some assistance. And right now it's a challenge, and it's a challenge to know how to really channel this assistance. So either there will be a long-term humanitarian assistance, or there will be some integration and assistance program. Another challenge which I see is the relocation of refugees to smaller cities. You all know about the rise of rent fees in Warsaw. So for Ukrainians who are less privileged, it is a huge challenge to find a flat and to rent a flat in Warsaw. So now the good option would be to relocate or encourage those people to move to agglomerations where the cost of lives are lower. Go and see visit is a solution, which I know it was in Kosovo. We went together with the refugee and to show the place, and then the decision was up to the refugee whether they want to relocate or not. And this is especially true for people who still live in collective accommodation centers. Let us organize such a go and see visit to Ostrołęka, a smaller location not far from Warsaw. Let them give a chance to see the place. Then there is a schooling of Ukrainian children at Polish schools. Ukrainian students have online classes since March 2020. So that will be the third year. After the pandemic, the school reopened, and the Ukrainian children went from the COVID-19 remote learning to war remote learning. And that is why we need to encourage Ukrainian children to integrate into the Polish education system. That is why we employ 500 assistance teachers or teachers of assistance who work at Polish schools. And in fact, the older the child, the harder it is for them to learn languages. And the secondary school students, actually, there are not so many of them in Polish schools. They still want to go to Ukrainian secondary schools. And that is why we opened the education center in a skyscraper, believe me. And we have 250 places, and there were more than 2,000 applicants. The center was open to children, students, and secondary school students who still wanted to stay in the Ukrainian education system remotely. Moreover, we were told that young Ukrainians aged 17 or 18 request a job at the job centers. And this is a sign that these children and youngsters simply dropped out of the education system. I believe this is an issue and it should be an issue of concern. We do what we can to consolidate or strengthen the local social assistance programs in Poland. One of the priorities is to support mental care centers and municipality social assistance centers. So there are mental issues, psychological support issues, some family issues that need to be resolved. These units I've just mentioned are the first line responders, and they need people who can speak Ukrainians, who can mediate. And let me seize this opportunity and thank International Red Cross Committee and CARE and other US agencies. Thank you, Assistant Deputy Secretary. Thank you for your help and for your funding. And let me also thank American businesses. That's a great sign, and that's a positive side of this terrible crisis. So we have official funding, the international donors, so US administration provided funding, and Google, Amazon, Pfizer, or Coca-Cola also have provided funding. And for instance, Coca-Cola has been funding vocational reconversion programs in Poland. Thank you very much for this help. Our challenge, the challenge of Polish NGOs, is that we are simply the developed country, so we should not be financed with the US aid or the EU humanitarian funds, because we represent the developed country. And this is a challenge. And that is why we do appreciate the contribution, the commitment of international groups and businesses, including American businesses. The Polish government has supported the NGOs. My organization is one of the largest one in Poland. And during the first year of the war, the lion's share of the funding, public funding, was channeled mainly through public institutions, and little was left to the NGOs. Don't forget that the total envelope, the total budget was more like 2-3 billion zlotys, and only some millions were channeled to NGOs. As it has already been said, the time has come to customize the existing solutions, to tailor-make the solutions to specific individual needs of families. And I believe that this is also the right time to rethink the funding to the NGOs. If we have targeted support, such support may probably be provided in a more efficient way at the local government level or through the NGOs. So there was a discrepancy in funding, and that is why we also need to raise money. Until today, we've been living on the American funding, mainly American funding. And I just invite the Polish government to use these large and well-established capacities in dealing with this refugee crisis. Yes, we need more cooperation between the government and the NGOs. The NGOs see that international donors are becoming less and less interested in the situation in Poland. As the Deputy Assistant Secretary said, people start to be more interested in other humanitarian emergencies. So in order to tackle the refugee crisis in a more comprehensive way, we still need to attract the attention of those donors. And then we need to prepare for new challenges. The war is ongoing, and there is still a risk that new refugees will come to Poland. That is why our priority is to support those who live in collective accommodation centers. Let us do our best for them to find the flat, to start a decent life in Poland. This is not only a priority for the government, this is our priority. The collective centers or collective accommodation centers were used in Bosnia, Kosovo, in Lebanon, in Georgia, and that was always a bad exercise, a bad experience. We've learned our lessons, and now we know that these people who live there in collective centers, like 10,000s of people, who are still in a very tough existential situation. Let us build for them the full package, the job, the flat, the school, the healthcare. Each additional day spent in a collective center will make them more passive and more idle, will make them more dependent on humanitarian aid. On the first days of war, there was like 140,000 people coming to Poland every day. So collective centers were just an important solutions. Now the time has come to invite those people, encourage those people to move outside to have an independent life. PCP has been in Ukraine since 2014, since the first stage of war in the Donbas region and near Kharkiv, in the suburbs of Kharkiv. In 2014, we built a camp for internally displaced people fleeing Donetsk. Then, thanks to the USAID support, we were able to help people at the border with the Donbas, which were in the region under the massive shelling. Then, thanks to the International Solidarity Fund, we renovated 10 schools in the Kharkiv region near Izium, and Borowa, Kamianka, Oskil, the locations where there was the front line. And we see that these locations were destroyed again, turned into ashes. This is comparable to the destruction caused by the Second World War. And I don't know whether these people are internally displaced or refugees in Poland, but whatever the case, they will not come back home quickly. It's because there are mines planted, there is no infrastructure, their homes are simply smashed, and there is no available job. If you could please sum up. Thank you. According to the UN statistics, there are 70 million people in Ukraine who need humanitarian assistance. Lviv, Lutsk, Dnipro, Kamienchuk. Well, these cities doubled their populations because they took on refugees from the eastern part of Ukraine. And those people simply don't want to leave the country. They still want their children to go to Ukrainian schools and want to show that they are intransigence and resilience. Their message is simple: we will stay here. And those internally displaced Ukrainians still need our solidarity, which goes beyond simple words. That's where there is the hotbed of humanitarian emergencies in those cities which are simply overburdened by refugees. And these are municipalities, and the municipalities are simply forgotten in these efforts. That is why the PCPM was involved in supporting local governments in the Middle East, for instance, in Syria. And the same case, well, I can say the same case applies to, is relevant for Ukraine. We need to support their local governments. And to end, in March 2022, we had the obligation to, and we all evacuated the families of firefighters in the center of Ukraine. The firefighters were actually full in the job because of the shelling, and we evacuated their families. We said, do your job, save your lives, and your families will be saved and taken care of. So as long as the war lasts, PCPM and NGOs, other Polish NGOs, will do their best to provide help to our brothers and sisters from Ukraine. We do our best to take care of them and to ensure that they are safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this hands-on experience, which complements what we have heard before. The time passes. We have time for maybe one or two short questions. We have microphones on both sides of the room. So if anyone wants to ask a question, please feel free to do this. I think that this subject is very vast and it's very difficult to really cover everything. I cannot see anyone who would be willing to ask a question. Let me ask a question. This will be addressed to Minister Małgorzata. You talked about Ukrainian children in Polish schools who have stayed in Poland for months now, but have not participated in Polish public education. You talked about 200,000 Ukrainian children who attend Polish schools, and I think the same amount does not. And the same problem is in Germany, the Czech Republic, and other countries that received Ukrainian refugees. Is there any remedy for this? Can we imagine a situation in which a vast part of children from Ukraine stay away from the Polish educational system? I think it's more a question to the Ministry of Education, but we do keep negotiations with the Ukrainian government, and the most important thing is to give them a choice. A part of Ukrainian children do go to school, only it's a remote school. We need to give them the freedom of choice. It's the parent who decides. And also the Ukrainian government does care that this remote education would be going on. It's not like this that these children do not go to any school. They do, but it's remotely. In Polish schools, it's 200,000 children from Ukraine, but all the other do learn remotely. Is there a remedy to this? I think it's still about the freedom of choice on the part of the Ukrainian parents. We need to let them choose the education for their children. Let me add to what you have said, Madam Minister, in the context of the future, because really the basis for building any systems, especially aid systems, is the cooperation with the Ukrainian government, the freedom of choice, the possibility to decide where the child is going to learn is upon their parents. There are no barriers for the Ukrainian children to attend Polish schools. A vast part of the children are in big cities, but this program, We Need Each Other, is about incentives, motivating people to change their place of living so that their children could go to school and they could work. So these are the three elements: accommodation, job, and school. And non-governmental organizations need to cooperate with local governments. I hope that this program is going to find answers to all the needs you have mentioned. Thank you so much. We have arrived at the end of this panel. President Wojciech said that Poland managed it very well with the first wave of the refugees crisis. I think it's very important to underline that this crisis is still going on. President Zelensky said yesterday that there is a new wave of huge Russian invasion, which can cause another wave of refugees. We can see that these massive Russian attacks on energy targets in Ukraine, despite concerns of many, did not evoke new waves of refugees. I think it's an open question, which is well worth it to keep asking about the consequences of this attack. We need to remember that it's not a sprint, it's a really long-term run. And we have faced and managed it with this crisis, but this crisis is still going on. It's going to be a long-term crisis. The Polish people manifested a great empathy, and it's well worth it to repeat that these are long-term activities that need to be multilateral, that are going to require a lot on the government and on the society. I would like to thank our panelists so much for participating in this panel. And I would like to give the microphone to Marshal Kuchcinski. Thank you so much. Before I would invite you to a short coffee break and also invite you back in this room, I would like to thank panelists, Madam Minister, and ministers. We have representatives from 33 countries in this conference. It's not only the representatives of Eastern European Europe, like Romania, Bulgaria, and other countries. This conference evoked a great interest, but also the director Jan Malicki was a co-author of this conference. He's the head of the Center for East European Studies, and he will moderate the second part of this conference after the coffee break. Please feel invited to have a cup of coffee and some refreshments.
both large and well-known institutions, and in their presentations they will detail their efforts. During this first Warsaw Conference, we would like to give voice to such institutions of great renown to show on their example that non-governmental social community institutions, well, that dozens of them involved in providing assistance. After the Polish Red Cross and Caritas, we will have a presentation of survey results. The survey was conducted by EWL Foundation and our center among Ukrainian refugees, and I will give you the introduction to this third presentation. Now let us move to the Polish Red Cross. Please come to the rostrum. It's Katarzyna Mikołajczuk, the Managing Director of the Polish Red Cross. Hand over to you, Madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank for the invitation and for giving us the opportunity to present our actions aimed at helping Ukrainian refugees and at helping Ukraine. We do provide both types of assistance. I've been working for the PCK for 30 years. I was not a staff member, and I was appointed the managing director on the 1st April, and I had to manage at the very beginning of these emergencies, and as you will see, there were a lot of things happening. Before going into the main topic, let me just give you some details about the organization. We have 122 associations under the umbrella of the Polish Red Cross, and we are members of the huge Red Cross network, and the membership in the network help us to be more effective in providing help. The International Red Cross Committee, International Federation of Red Cross Committee, both these umbrella organizations are present in Poland. The German Red Cross and the Spanish Red Cross have been with us since the beginning of the crisis, and thanks to their experiences, we are able to devise assistance programs to Ukrainians. You see the statistics, 142 associated organizations have been informed, more than 100,000 staff members and 8,000 volunteers. We are the employer for a number of Ukrainians who are employed to work in our assistance programs. We also have a Ukrainian partner. This is the Ukrainian Red Cross. So all actions and measures targeting Ukrainians there in Ukraine are aligned with the needs defined by our Ukrainian partners. So all the transports, all the convoys are target specific needs defined by the Ukrainian partner. Financial assistance, material assistance, family reunification and integration measures. These are the 4 areas of action. You see here the quotation on the slide saying, "I'm grateful because when you have nothing, even the smallest gesture will be of help." We have launched a call, a request to all people. That was a sort of a fundraiser to be able, for us to be able to help. We have been in existence for more than 100 years and we were not ready. We were not ready. We decided to work with a number of businesses, private individuals. We had to become the specialists of crisis management, including within our organization. What is more, We have become a sort of a logistics company. Before, we had 2 emergency warehouses located in Poland, and at the peak of the Ukrainian operations, we were at the level of 16 regional warehouses, logistics warehouses, thousands of tons of reloaded, handled supplies, food, chemical cleaning agents, hygiene agents. Until the end of March, our rescue teams were present at the reception centers. We actually have 19 such teams, and they had more than 8,500 people having a 24-hour shifts. Let me stress that these are all volunteers, adults who decide to give their time, give their holiday or days off to have such shifts. Humanitarian assistance centers. A lot has been said about the cooperation between the local governments and central governments. Here you see Przemyśl, 105 people stay a day in this center, so 150. And they stay for 2 days. This is a transit center, and then those people relocate to other areas, either in Poland or further in Europe. There are 500 beds, and at the peak, they hosted more than 1,000 people. Then there was a coordination center in Lublin to coordinate humanitarian convoys. This is an example of cooperation between regional governments. Vasilkov Center, there is a hotel accommodating refugees, and as the PCK, we coordinate actions there in the field. So Przemyśl, Lublin, and Vasilkov. Assistance in kind. More than 1,200,000 people have benefited from our assistance in kind. As I said, tons of foods and other supplies handed, and people still do come and ask for help. We organized handovers every day. Today, there are specific days of the week when requests are made and the handover of such assistance is organized. It's not that every family can have something every week. No, there is a pattern where families are eligible or not. Financial support. That's the first time that we've launched a cash vouchers program covering more than 20,000 people, 22,000 people. As you can see, it's 150 million zlotys. The program is still on the way, and in Kielce, more than 3,000 families will have some cash in the incoming months. That was the payment card with specific cash amounts depending on the number of family members. Plus there were Sodexo vouchers. 2 companies provided us funds to finance Sodexo gift vouchers for refugees, and more than 18,000 families received such vouchers. The value was of 9.2 million zlotys, and there was another company, Codex, which offered us vouchers of 4 million zlotys. This is a targeted help, and which provides the sense of dignity, because the family can easily decide to buy what they need, and they are not that much dependent on the assistance in kind. All the money is spent in Poland, so in a way it supports our own economy. Family reunification. I don't know whether you know, but upon the request of the Minister of Interior and Administration, the PCK runs an information and search center. Until today, it was focused mainly on searching people declared lost during the Second World War, and it was 7,000 cases managed, more or less. Now we try to find people who got lost or disappeared, and there were 3,803 requests, and there were 152 search cases launched. What does it mean case, and what does it mean closed case? It means that we found a person who has disappeared, and we managed to contact this person with their close relatives. Then there are unfinished cases, and here we, for instance, find the family, but there is no contact. And this is just the example of prisoner of wars and POW camps managed by Russians, and their POWs have no contact with the families and are not allowed to make a call. Call center. The call center was open to provide information to refugees and to get information about the refugees' needs, and also to get the complaints about things that actually don't work. If, for instance, there are issues with the payment cards, they can make a claim. It's 31,000 calls a day and 180 people working on a day. And as you can see, there are some volunteers and there are some employers, a lot of them of Ukrainian origins. Mental assistance and psychological and therapeutic help. We have our own psychologists who provide help to individuals in need. It's either the help in place or a referral to a more specialized center. Health. Well, health is of key importance. That is why we joined the health program, and 3.5 million zlotys was donated for the purchases of medical supplies at the pharmacies. Until now, more than 23,000 people were covered by the program. They used the program to buy medical supplies, C or D vitamins, or prescription drugs. We also were involved in medical transport, oncological transport organized by Polish institutions. Housing program. We know that the accommodation is a major issue. Well, having one's own roof, it's one of the major desire, and avoiding living in large reception centers. So the International Federation of Red Cross proposed to have a pilot project. It's a shelter program right now in Łódź. It has been implemented for 6 months. Families were hosted in a hotel, and when the funding ended, some families would find accommodation. And the shelter program is a program of flat rental for Ukrainian families. How does it work? Well, the PCK will help by searching the flat, and we finance the rental for 6 months plus deposit. And this is important. We know that not everybody wanted to not every Polish family wanted to rent a flat to a Ukrainian family. And now with our funding, it is much better. The Ukrainian family gets the money, and then they will pay a rent. And every month, one staff member of the PCK will visit the family to see if everything is okay, to see if some more extra help is needed. The shelter, first after this pilot phase, will be extended to 100 families of Ukrainian origin plus 50 Roma family. As you can see, this is not cheap, but I think that's the good investment because people really feel empowered and self-sufficient. Then they will get a job and they are able to earn their own life. And let me now move to the integration. We realized that this should be our main point of interest. We have some pressures and tensions in Polish societies. So in order to avoid the situation of social pressure, we decided to organize some joint meetings. We started during Easter, and that was an integration Easter meeting between Polish and Ukrainian families. Both groups were gifted. Then we had some joint holiday camps for Ukrainian and Polish children, and we also offered holiday stays at our holiday center for more than 200 Ukrainian and Polish families. You see here the photos from the Christmas meeting. More than 8,800 packs were distributed, and the cost was 13 million zlotys, and the project covered more than 110,000 families. We have a flagship program where we offer kits to children who start their schools, full equipment to start the schooling. And 40% of Polish children got the kit, and 60% of Ukrainian children got it as well. 80,000 kits, schooling kits. Integration centers. We know that the emergency action is important, like handing over distributing vouchers or food supplies. It's important. But still, we set up 6 integration centers across Poland where Poles and Ukrainians can stay, learn Polish language, undergo vocational training. There is a legal counsel who comes once a week to provide legal counseling and assistance. There is therapeutic support, and so it's sort of a place under one roof where people can fully integrate and actually satisfy their basic needs. Let me add that when women learn Polish, we take care of the children in the rooms accommodated nearby. So the childcare is provided. We have also vocational trainings across 4 in cross voivodeships. Here we use the experience of the Spanish Red Cross, the professional vocational activation courses to help people get a job. We also finance some specialized trainings, and this is an interesting initiative. We have we are certified to provide training for elderly caretakers, and the 60 people were certified, 60 Ukrainian women were certified as professional caretakers. And as the PCK is the provider of such care services, women with those certifications can be recruited by us and become independent. The support to groups threatened with exclusion. We know that a number of Ukrainian families who came to Poland are of Roma origin, so we will provide them with assistance packages. We have the Special Needs Fund operating in the Lublin voivodeship. There we provided help to more than 300 individuals. This is a targeted, dedicated help, orthopedic rehabilitation or medical supplies. Transportation to Ukraine with humanitarian aid. More than 730 transports have been organized. It's more than 7,500 tons, and the total value was of 70 million zlotys. Right now, we've been preparing 3 new transportations by only with power generators to help provide power supply to hospitals or to other critical infrastructure, the places of collective accommodations in Ukraine. Here you see the donors and the places which benefited from our help. What are the long-term plans? Well, they will be still targeted at integration, the housing, vocational training and vocational activation. We will also still have cash assistance and voucher assistance, but now the scope will be narrowed to those who have just come from Ukraine to Poland, to those who have special needs, when they are dependent people or people with disabilities, or to women with really small children with no child care support. So as you can see, this is a wide scope of action, and we feel stronger, have more capacities to act. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the government, administration, other NGOs and businesses for all your help and support.
Bardzo.
Thank you so much, Madam Director. I would like to comment and draw your attention to 2 things. As you could see, I'm going to refer to Madam Director's words that no institution was ready for this scale of an event that was there. And each and every of these institutions, both aid institutions and local government institutions, also on the territory of universities, needed to get ready for these new activities. PCK is a huge organization, and I think it managed it swifter than other organizations to get into this mode. There are a few constant elements that PCK has been doing for more than 100 years, and there are a few new ones like search activities. Why so few? This is one of the classical elements of activities on the international level of the International Red Cross and Polish Red Cross, search activities for the victims and also casualties of the Second World War were launched in the 70s. And still, 30 years after the war, there were some last positive elements of the search activities. Why? Are there so few reports today, as Madam Director said? Well, the world changed from the point of view of technologies. Today, fewer people are going to report somebody missing to institutions because today's connections, technologies allow, in the vast majority of cases, apart from closed war prisoner camps in Germany, achieve the result in the search of missing persons before it gets reported to institutions. I would like to ask right now or inform you that we are going to listen to the presentation of Caritas Poland, Madam Małgorzata Jaroszewska, Deputy Head of Caritas Polska, and Ernest Zienkiewicz, the Head of the Department for the Aid Rendered to Refugees and Migrants, are going to take the floor. Honored guests, It's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you so much for your invitation. It's a great honor for our organization, Caritas Poland, to be able to present you our activities for the refugees from Ukraine. As a word of introduction, I would like to say that we are an organization of Polish Catholic Church that has been running activities on the territory of the whole country. And Caritas Poland is a national branch. We have the honor to belong to the community of Caritas Internationalis, that is all the Caritas organization in the whole world, and we benefited of it in this very situation. In the moment when the war was waged, in our office in Warsaw, we had representatives from the US, Switzerland, Germany, and other countries. And evidently, we started a close cooperation with Caritas from Ukraine. There are two organizations, the Greek Catholic Ukrainian organization and also Catholic Caritas organization. I am saying this because this participation in the international environment accelerated our activities, and we benefited of the experience of huge organizations from the Western countries that could help us organize assistance here on the spot. Let me add that Caritas Poland encompasses about 5,000 different parish assistance points. We have about 1,500 different centers that render aid assistance to elderly people, to people with handicap, children, excluded people. We have a few dozen centers for vacation. I'm saying this because we entered this crisis situation with a resource that allowed us to run a lot of activities, and the limitations could be on the financial side and also the human resources, that is, people who could help us render this assistance. I would like to thank for a great cooperation with local governmental institutions in different parts in Poland. This cooperation was always correct. And I do believe that it's going to look like this as we go. Just like other organizations, we can say that from the very beginning of the war, our assistance split into three phases. The first one was at the border when we received new waves of refugees that came to Poland. Even then, we started to act swiftly in other cities and towns that were more remote in relation to the border. And also we started humanitarian aid, and we started to send products and commodities to Ukraine wherever they were needed. In this first stage, we focused on preparing 12 tents at the border where people who crossed the border could receive information, drink hot tea, get some food if needed, some also goods. We know that there were quite a few organizations at the time at the border. We were based on the structures of our parishes and other institutions. Also, there was food assistance that were rendered to those who arrived in Poland after a long journey that was also very tiring. there is still a restaurant run by one of the parishes with hot meals. There are also some special corners for children where children can be left under the care of volunteers, and moms could get a shower and also find an accommodation or go to some other places. There were a few thousand volunteers who worked at the border. These were people who came to us from the whole world. As a huge organization that has possibilities to transfer information very rapidly, Caritas got involved in intermediary services in finding accommodation. People found accommodation places in parishes, in other accommodation centers, in churches, but also in private homes, privately, after receiving the adequate information. It was a very important piece of our activities. We provided safety to these people because we transferred information from private persons. These persons were checked before. Also, we knew there were people who were ready to receive children from foster care from Ukraine, and still these children are still at these foster homes in Poland. About 30,000 volunteers were involved in these activities. When the wave of refugees got smaller, at that time we started to organize integration activities. We knew that the war was not going to end that soon, and refugees from Ukraine are going to stay with us for longer. And from that time, we started to create centers for the assistance for refugees and migrants. And these centers render one of help, but also there are some centers that render integration assistance. Right now, we have 33 or 32 such centers. My colleague is going to tell you more about these centers. He's the head of the competent department. We also gave assistance via vouchers, phone cards, etc. It was very difficult to choose the persons who are the most in need, because we did acknowledge that in this wave of refugees, there were people who were in a desperate need of such help and those who were not that much in need. And this choice is always very difficult. We had 30 million or 8.6 million zloty for this purpose. But some other parish centers also allocated a lot more. We also wanted for Polish poor people not to feel abandoned because we started to take care of the Ukrainian refugees. We did our utmost so that any program that we were running hitherto would not suffer because of this. We always try to present our programs that were running hitherto as staying the same, not being reduced, but we started to include Ukrainian children in the programs that we previously ran for Polish children. A few thousand children benefited of such programs. It was a vacation program. There were camps for children. There were integration camps. Also, there were some rescue training camps and other camps that were organized by Caritas for a long time before. And also Ukrainian children got involved. especially in the centers for refugees and migrants. We have workers, about 50 persons from Ukraine, not including volunteers who come to work without any remuneration to these centers. It's important for these Ukrainian refugees to know that they work for their country, even if they cannot get any remuneration, that still are willing to help. I would like to give the floor to Ernest Ziemkiewicz, who is the head of the Department for the Assistance to Refugees and Migrants in Caritas. Ladies and gentlemen, these this information relates to history, but also to activities that are running are being right now. We have four major projects that are being undertaken by Caritas. The first program is for those who are impacted by the conflict in Ukraine. We got a huge assistance, like Madam Director said, on the part of the American Caritas, also Swiss, German Caritas from the whole world, also New Zealand, Korea, or Japan. This project was launched on the 1st July last year, and it's being continued this year. It is about rendering complex aid to Ukrainian refugees on the territory of Poland. Within this project, we had centers created, mentioned by Madam Director, and in these centers, we render any kind of assistance to foreigners so that they could have access to integration in Poland and also the possibility to get involved in socio-economic life. We have about 50,000 refugees. We also render psychological help in finding a job, also PSSY, and that is social assistance. Also, Polish people can meet with their peers from Ukraine. We had such a program and such a center at the Towarowa street, and we have about 10,000 refugees from Ukraine right now. There are also language trainings. Over 2,000 people from Ukraine participated in these trainings, and we are going to continue them this year. On the 1st of February, that is quite new as an activity, we launched a project which is going to be carried out with the help of the High Commissioner of the UNO, which is aimed at gathering more finances for aid. Also, we want to reach the groups of refugees that are beyond our centers. We want to reach these refugees who stay in small towns and villages, especially using the network of parish-based Caritas centers. We have another project which is about rendering financial aid for people who are impacted by the conflict in Ukraine. It's financed from the Norwegian vehicle, which was allocated by the Norwegian government. This project is not about us giving financial aid to anyone who comes to Poland, but who, according to our analysis, are in a difficult life situation, persons with handicap or poor people. And also another project mentioned by Madam Director for Ukrainian children. It is run now in 4 centers in Frombork, in Bielsko-Żywiecka, or Częstochowa. And this is where our centers are placed. As you can see, they are on the territory of the whole country. And it's very important, especially if we have more refugees, we are ready via these centers to render help also for newcomers. I would like to show you a short video material that pertains to the activity of our centers.
Dziękuję. Może oddam już głos.
Let me give floor to Madam Director because we are quite pressed by time and these slides actually describe our activities. Let me just add to what my colleague has said that in the project like giving assistance to people in foster care was a complementary activity to what was already proposed. That is special care for teenagers and the age of over 16 who are children according to our law, and according to the Ukrainian law, they have vast possibilities of living individually. Oftentimes they came here without their caregivers, but they do not have any legal possibility to function as an adult in our country. And for this reason, they need to be taken care of in a special way. We also plan to extend our psychological and psychosociological help, and we are launching this program this year as well. Let me come back to this third component of Caritas Poland activities. Apart from activities for refugees from Ukraine, we also carry out humanitarian assistance that was launched right away. Huge transportations with humanitarian aid were sent via diocese centers. We focused on 3 All Poland programs. The first one was Parcel to Ukraine. We wanted to reach Polish people, to send very specific products to Ukraine, and we organized a parcel with very specific products. It was on our website, and this parcel was enough for 2 or 3 weeks of time for one family with hygienic goods, also candles, matches, and also band-aids. It's worth about 400 zloty each, 16 kilos each, and it was a great assistance. For this reason, we didn't have to organize any assistance for reloading and the point of destination, and it reached the locations which were most afflicted because of the war activities. We also launched a program, Family to Family. It was a program that we know from Syria, and we also render this kind of assistance. 620 families in Ukraine are going to benefit of this aid regularly. We allocated 1 million euro for this aid, and we are trying to also gather funds to continue this. Also, the energy crisis in Ukraine made us launch another program with 18 heating points. Most often these are shelters, but where people hide during shellings, but also there are energy spots where they can load their phones, and they really spend a huge amount of hours there. And another activity that results from the need are rest camps. We actually come with children from Ukraine, and they spend some time here just in order to rest. We do it along with Caritas Ukraine and the Ukrainian government. Children come here with their caregivers, and they spend 2 weeks here. They get some rest in a safe place so that they could recover and feel good. And also learn more about each one another, because one of the caregivers said it's very important for children from the East to spend time with children from the West so that they could create one community together. And of course, the integration element is there also with our Polish children. Caritas Poland last year gathered over 100 million zloty for these activities of assistance. We count and on this assistance, again, apart from those who were given help in the centers, we had over 2 million people who benefited of this help. The value of humanitarian aid sent to Ukraine exceeded 200 million zloty. It's a great pleasure for us to be able to present to you our activities. We are planning integration activities and humanitarian aid. We are going to continue our assistance. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Caritas is a Latin word. It's one of the 4 words in Latin that mean love. In this case, in Latin, it means love or respect to other persons. This is love which is combined with help. It's important for us in this difficult situation that Caritas Poland manifested this love, which is comprised in this Latin word. Let me add that, to my surprise, Latin has 4 words for love, and in Polish we only have 1. Fortunately, it encompasses so much that it allowed Polish people to render such a huge assistance to those persons fleeing their country. And right now, let me use 30 seconds.
My mamy w Polsce.
We in Poland have dramatic political disputes. I'm sure in America it's not the case. I understood the smile on the faces of our American guests, but this issue with assistance for those who were running for their lives was so important that it united all the political parties. And it united political parties and millions of Poles and allowed them to render assistance to millions of those who were seeking shelter. I'm saying this that quite a few times I try to explain this issue to American specialists via mail or via phone, and recently in Paris, how it happened. I do agree it's not an easy task to be able to explain this, but one can say that it's really an honor. It makes me proud to be a Pole because our citizens behaved like this. We showed that we are pars pro toto. And now there were quite a few hundred institutions in Poland that rendered assistance to refugees from Ukraine in Poland. And it was especially dramatic after the 24th of February. Right now, I would like to ask our guest from EWL company and foundation. It is developing very dynamically East-West link, and they ran some studies on the refugees Kowalski and the EWL team. The Center for East Europe Studies carried out 8 studies along with EWL up to the 24th of February, but these studies pertained more to labor migration because EWL became the largest company in Europe that dealt with bringing labor migrants to Poland and then to Central Europe. And then after 24th of July, in March, we started completely different studies on refugees, war refugees, and then another studies that my colleagues are going to tell you more about. In the whole, you have some materials, some reports from these studies that you can take with you. The study for East European Studies, or Center for East European Studies, helped run these studies. Maybe they will not be willing to brag about this. Let me say this in their stead, that this is the first study, and if we take its scale, the only study of this kind in Europe so far.
Thank you, Director. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting us. I'm the spokesperson of EWL, the Global Migration Platform, which brings together workers from 5 continents with the employers in the EU. We've been operating for 15 years, and I think it does not work, does it? Now it's okay. So for 15 years, we have helped more than 150,000 people from 28 countries, from 5 continents, to find a job at EU employers. Only last year, there were 29,000 people, 32,000 people, including 30,000 war refugees. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and actually the war started not in 2022, but in 2014 with the annexation of the Crimea and occupation of the part of the Donbas region. And since that time, we have had the foundation to support refugees and Ukrainians. We are proud of some of our projects implemented jointly with the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with UNICEF, the Ukrainian embassy. However, in February 2022, we had to change completely our profile, and our operating director will give you some details about specific programs. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give you an overview of our support programs for Ukraine. So let us start with the morning of 24th February 2022. I do remember the wake-up call from my grandmother at 4 a.m. She lives in Ukraine. She called me and she said the war has just started. I couldn't believe for 1 hour, and I was looking in the news platforms to see if it's true. But we quickly went to action, and at 8 in the morning, together with our CEO, we decided to use one of our branches in Lviv near the railway station, to use this center to provide help with Ukrainians. More than 1,300 people were evacuated with our help from Ukraine during the first days of the war. At 9 o'clock on the 24th of February, we created the program A Bag or a Rucksack for Ukraine. And we knew that there were Ukrainian men staying in Poland who wanted to go to Ukraine to fight. And we first bought 30 rucksacks, and already at 1 p.m. we sent the first humanitarian transport. So we started to pack the belongings, and we also helped to pack trains, buses, everything that went to Ukraine. Apart from that, we had consultations for Ukrainian citizens at the Mazowieckie Governor's Consultation Center. The central reception point was the one at the Warsaw Western Railway Station. This was our major hub, which helped us provide assistance to more than 60,000 women with children, mothers with children, those who actually landed in Warsaw and didn't know what to do, where to go. And actually, we got a lot of support from the governor's office in terms of information and in terms of funding. And with this support, we've been able to maintain the activity of this consultation center. As you see on the slide, during the last quarter, we have helped more than 6,000 people. It's definitely comparable, the numbers from the first days of the wars and the numbers today. And we focus mainly on people with specific needs, and we got the support from UNICEF to do that. We provide legal support, we provide mental support to those people. That's not the end of the story. We are writing a new chapter. I'm a Ukrainian, so let me take this opportunity to say that everybody simply brings another brick to the wall, which helps to protect and defend Ukraine. Thank you. The assistance and the activation, vocational activation of Ukrainians, these are the programs implemented by EWL. the Center for East European Studies at the Warsaw University, together with us, have made a number of surveys and has published a number of survey results. These surveys were focused on the economic migration and the labor market. And after the beginning of the war, we changed a little bit the focus. And last year, we basically surveyed war refugees. The first survey was conducted in spring in Poland and Czech Republic and in Romania. And as the director said, it was the first survey of the kind regarding the refugee migration in each of those countries. The report was downloaded from our site more than 1,000 times. It was quoted by the European Commission and by the mainstream media in each of the countries. This is a major reference material for a number of Polish public institutions. So 3 surveys conducted in 3 countries in April. What were the results? 36% of Ukrainian refugees intended to work in the country of their stay. And with this result, we thought, okay, we have to do another survey. It took place in July 2022, and the sample covered working refugees. And Professor Mariusz Kowalski will give you the details. Who is this scientific and research director at EWL since 2019? Well, let me start with the general comment. The surveys conducted last year differed from the surveys from before the war. But before the war, in a way, it was tough as well because we had the pandemic. And in order to conduct our surveys, we had to change the methodology. There was no field work, there was just online surveying. And after the pandemic, again, a new change. We had to work in the field and to do direct surveying. So, and these are the criteria which differentiate the 3 studies that I'm going to present to you. The first was conducted before the aggression. It was an online survey, the sample of 600 people. The time was December 2021. It was a cross-population study where the sample covered the average Ukrainian worker staying in Poland and working in Poland. That was the first one. Now let us move to the second one, which was conducted after the Russian aggression. And here we had the direct interviews in the field and locations where refugees were accommodated, a sample of 400 people were direct interviewing, and first in Poland between March and April, and then the similar samples were selected and surveyed in the Czech Republic and Romania, so 400 people in each sample. The survey was carried out mainly in large agglomeration because that was the place of choice for the majority of refugees. And then comes the third and the last survey on refugees who decided to take up the job. Here we had the samples from Poland and from Germany, each with 400 individuals each. The study was conducted in the late July 2022, and it covered large agglomerations, Warsaw, Wrocław, and Krakow, and Dresden, Berlin, and Frankfurt, or in Germany. So this is basically the methodology and the study design, and let me now share with you some selected findings. We have presented, we have divided our presentation into three parts. First, the statement of the facts, then the needs, and then the perspectives, each time defined based on the results we have. Well, we know, but this is not the result of the study, but we know that 1.5 million Ukrainians stay in Poland. There are more of them, but only 1.5 million are covered by temporary protections. So this is 1/3 of all refugees covered by international protections across the EU. So 1/3 of all the refugees covered by temporary protection in the EU stay in Poland, and we exclude Belarus and Russia. That's a different case. Let us distinguish between in economic workers and refugees. In case of refugees, the sample covered mainly women, and that's 90%. Before the war, it was less than 50%, and more than 50% were men. So as you see, there is a qualitative shift. Right now, we have women with children. Another important challenge. Before, there were only 10% of migrants, economic migrants, staying in Poland with children. Let me add that these people are highly educated, more than 60%, whatever the country, Poland, Czechia, or Germany, whatever the country of stay, refugees are people with higher education, with university diploma. So if 60% of them want to have a job, that could be a challenge for the labor market. What kind of employment can they get when they're so well qualified? We know that we need some workers for the industry, and they are only 22% in the sample, and even less in the Czech Republic and more in Germany. And that's all for me, and let me move to this next part. So that was the statement of the facts, and let us now move to the needs to be presented by our operating director, Rafał. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you an overview of the needs. First, the feeling of security and the need to ensure security to the family. That's the first one. The second, the need to have a job and the need to be independent, self-sufficient in a different country. In one case, in Germany, we actually relied on the Munich Statistical Institute, and they discovered that this need of employment was at the level of 90%. When you compare the three countries, 63% of the sample declared that they wanted to get a job in their place of stay, in their country of stay. And Poland had the largest number compared to the Czech Republic and Romania. And now you see the absolute numbers, which probably can be labeled a success, but that's an impressive number. And I believe that this is the joint combined effect of actions from the labor market partners, Polish society, businesses and governments. More than 600,000 Ukrainian refugees got a job. Actually, that's already not relevant. Now it's 900,000, and this number is still going up. More than 11,000 of them found the job thanks to the to our migration platform. In Germany, this was 142,000, and in the Czech Republic, more or less 100,000. in Romania, which was a major country of one of the major country of destinations, only 5,000 refugees were employed. So this shows a scale and the capacities and the possibilities offered by Polish economy to Ukrainian refugees. Let me now move on to the next need, I'd say even a more important one, because the refugee population has a different profile. Before the war, they were mainly economic migrants, and before the war, 90% of them had come to Poland with children, but not that often. After the beginning of the conflict, 63% came with the children, and actually the numbers were consistent across 3 compared, or even 4 compared countries, and 71% of working refugees came with children, which actually is a confirmation of the desire or to be independent, to be empowered, and to live a self-organized and self-sufficient life. Here you see some information about the linguistic needs. And here the numbers are even across the countries. Before the war, a lot of incomers, migrants said, we can speak Polish. After the war in Poland, there was a drop from 46 to 26%. So that the language skills were not actually a determining factor in terms of choosing the country of destination. That's all about the needs. Let me just add that in case of Poland and the Czech Republic, the major concern of Ukrainian refugees, the major concerns were about finding a job. And here, you know, everybody passed the test of solidarity. Our survey showed that more or less 80% of Ukrainian refugees, whatever the country of their stay, intend to come back to the country. However, 48% of them, so almost 50% of them, would like to stay in Poland at least for 1 year after the end of the war. So anyway, they will try to integrate into Polish society and Polish labor market, and will access Polish social benefits system, use Polish public services. So we decided to draw a sort of a cross-section profile of Ukrainian refugees who want to stay in Poland for longer. So let me start with the first feature or parameter. We talk about working refugees, and we talk about people who intend to stay in Poland 1 year after the war. So 53% of them speak Polish. That's quite a high percentage. 40 of them speak English. And those who already learn Polish say that they actually can communicate, and they are 62%. Polish language was actually understandable to Ukrainians. It was because of travel, it was because of family ties, of education. That is why the percentage of language skills is so high. And the language does matter. It matters for the decision to stay in Poland or to go to another country. Those who do not need Polish language because they do communicate in a different language, for instance, English, like qualified professionals who use English in everyday corporate communication. And moreover, there are some workers who have been employed for long in Poland to do manual jobs. And a lot of companies who resorted to the help of those migrant workers have already structures in place to enable people without language skills to work. And they even have the line managers who are Ukrainians working here for long, already knowing Ukrainian and Polish, and managing these refugees. However, there are some sectors where the language skills do matter. The service sector here, language skills apart from hard competences do count. And add to that the trade and retail. There is a huge shortage of workers here, but language is a major issue here. That's a major barrier. Teachers. We also listed teachers because we think that there is a huge need among teachers there is a need to find teachers who are able to teach Ukrainian children and to make them more integrated into the Polish education system. One more interesting fact: individuals who say that they want to stay in Poland for at least 1 year after the end of the war are people who are more than willing to take up classes, trainings, courses in Poland. And their remuneration is usually 10% higher than the average, 10% higher than the salary of those who say, whenever it is possible, I will leave Poland. Thank you very much. In summary, on the one hand, Ukrainian citizens surprised the world again, showing that in Poland they simply need a fishing rod and not a fish. They want to be independent. They want to get the subsistence, the means of subsistence by themselves. And Poland, indeed, has put in place all the framework necessary for Ukrainians to find a roof and to find the first job in Poland. Maybe the first employment is not fully aligned with professional competences and skills and their level of education, but it's still a successful employment integration, and now other countries can boast about similar results. Now there is the next step ahead of us, professional and vocational trainings, the new waves of integrations, the new stages of integrations. Well, these are the objectives which are interests. This is a shared interest of us and of the Polish state which suffers from a major shortages on the labor market. More than 150,000 vacancies were reported in the region, in the regional labor market. So a huge number of vacancies with the unprecedented low unemployment rate. But the times ahead are rather tough, not easier. And we will see how Polish economy and Polish labor market will react to the economic downturn and slowdown. We see that there is a slowdown in the economic activity and the GDP growth already. I'd like to add one more thing, and it was already said in the first panel. We need to decentralize the assistance that we provided. The distribution of funding needs to be decentralized and we need to reach out to the NGOs, to businesses, and to families. Don't forget that there are a lot of Ukrainian refugees who still live in private homes of Polish citizens. the number is really high. Well, you look at me, so I will end. And the vocational, professional activation, that's one of the objectives, shared objective. The work means dignity, means stability, means the sense of security, means the support for Ukraine as the state. Before the war, $50 billion was sent by Ukrainian migrant workers to Ukraine. It's more than 50% of the Ukrainian GDP before the war. So as you see, the remittances were quite high. We know that the war will end soon and Ukrainians will come back to the homeland to do the reconstruction efforts. And actually there will be a transfer of know-how, language skills, expertise acquired here during this day in Poland. Thank you very much.
Serdecznie dziękuję.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. You could see on your very eyes that it's not a theoretical cabinet-made research. Out of the sudden, it came true that the war brought quite a lot of surprises. Out of the sudden, it turned out that the university can be useful, very useful, in current challenges for the state, for the society, because like you could see, it's not only about showing how many people came, but what results from this, from the language point of view, from the point of view of labor plans of these refugees, whether they want to go back or not. It was not possible here to go into detail, but I do want to assure you that this thorough analysis evoked huge interest. Our research evoked huge interest on the part of a few Polish ministries that deal with these issues, on the part of employers, but also ministries from other countries, that is Germany, the Czech Republic, Romania, and our colleague Zimin also mentioned that this research was also very useful for the European Union, for the European Commission. Let me add that we have planned 2 new researches. The first one is going to be very short. One of it will be done in the nearest future. It will be announced in Warsaw and launched on the 22nd February, and also on the Konferencja Europa Karpat, the Carpathians of Europe in Krasichin, Ukraine as a special place, and also the EWL studio team is going to carry out a huge research on an extended group, and I'm very curious myself of the results. Let me add just one sentence. The war is going to end. Partially destroyed Ukraine is going to need help for a long time, especially from the point of view of consolidating human resources. We discussed it with Marshal Kuchcinski about the project of forming, training staff, both state institution staff and also private sector staff Ukraine is going to be in need of thousands of educated people. Ambassador Zvaric, I think, will confirm this. There is a plan that a part of this special training would be carried out with help of Polish, EU, American trainers. And the other part, if the war is not going to be an obstacle, on the Ukrainian side in Mykolichin, we are planning to finish the construction of Center for the Exchange of Academic Youth, Poland, Ukraine, and we would have people, trainers, come to Mykolichin from Brussels, from the US, Great Britain, and we could make a few shifts and train hundreds of young Ukrainian specialists that Ukraine is going to need. I would like to say that this project is not only sustained by the government, but also made two persons very impressed. That is Ambassador Brzezinski and Ambassador Daniel Fried. We discussed it with him, and he's going to be one of the trainers. Let us proceed with the next stage. That is the second panel, announced by Marshal Kuchcinski today. Before I invite the moderator, let me say that I would like to extend my apologies that we are starting this session right away, but I know human needs, so I would like for us to quit the coffee break. If somebody is in the need of a coffee, there's still coffee on both sides of the hall, so during the panel you can go grab a cup of coffee. And even if you stand at the door, you will listen to the conference without any obstacles. I know it because I tested it 3 times. I would like to ask to moderate this panel on the assistance rendered to Ukraine in the field of energy. Like Marshal Kuchcinski said, it's one of the key elements, and for this reason we chose it. Destroying critical infrastructure is a threat to the functioning of the state, and Ukraine is still functioning after so many months of war. I would like to ask Dr. Adam Eberhard to moderate this panel. Until recently, he was the head of the Center for East European Studies, the institution of key importance not only in Poland but also in the region. Right now, he is the head of the Center for Strategic Studies, Warsaw Press Institute. Thank you so much, Director, for this invitation. You said it very rightly. Right now, we would talk about the system of electrical energy in Ukraine. It may seem a sector-related project, but it's one of the most important fronts in this ongoing war. The massive attacks with rockets, drones by Russia are aimed at paralyzing the energy system in Ukraine, causing humanitarian catastrophe, also causing the country to be anarchist. So there are quite a few estimates, and I think that also during this session we'll be able to get familiar with these estimates. The Russians destroyed over 1/3 of the electrical energy system. I also saw some huge numbers, much bigger numbers, concerning numbers. The Zaporizhia electrical station was disconnected from the system. As far as this energy sector, it's a very important issue. Thank you so much for the honor of moderating this session. I would like to thank Madam Minister Anna Moskva, Minister for Environment, for the auspices over this session. And I'm so glad that this is the first conference of a review and we are discussing this problem right away. I would like to invite panelists, Anna Łukaszewska-Trzeciakowska, Subsecretary of State in the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Please feel invited. President Herman Michał Kuczmierowski, the President of the Agency for Strategic Reserves. You can sit wherever you wish. And you as well, apart from the place that is already occupied by Madam Minister. President Adam Tomasz Sikorski, the President of the Management Board of the Polish Energy Networks. Ambassador Artur Lurkowski, Radosław Pobol, the company for the distribution of energy, and Mr. Ambassador Edwardas Borisovas, Ambassador of Lithuania to Warsaw. I lost my own place because I gave away all the others. Let me sit next to Mr. Ambassador. Like I said, this subject is very vast, very important. I would like to begin this session with asking questions to Madam Minister Anna Łukaszewska-Trzeciakowska about this support rendered to Ukraine in assuring continuity of energy supplies to Ukraine. It's very important that the energy system of Ukraine will not be able to be destroyed only after the war is ended. This process of reconstruction has an ongoing character. And for this reason, I would like to ask you to give us a piece of information about the assistance system, the equipment supplies, but also this huge work done by the Ministry of Climate and Environment in helping Ukraine on the international arena. We are running short of time. We are about half an hour late according to the agenda, so I do ask you to be brief, especially that we do hope to connect with Mr. Herman Chałuszenko, who is the Minister of Energy in Ukraine. The floor is yours, Madam Minister. So briefly, very to the point, but it's very difficult to talk about the subject briefly because you said very wisely that there is a difficult humanitarian situation, but also we do not realize how important for any economy is to have energy supplies because everything runs on energy, the illumination, sewage system, anything is based on electrical energy. And indeed, the key for Ukraine to endure with resistance, apart from the braveness of its defendants, it's the energy. This is the key element of our assistance to Ukraine. We do realize it from the very beginning, and I would like to underline this, that we reacted right away, and we keep reacting right away. There are two persons by my side with whom I see actually all the time. When I don't see President Sikorski a few times a week or President Kuczmierowski, that means that I start feeling some concern, because we need to cooperate. We need to act very quickly and think out of the box. Without President Kuczmierowski's assistance, without the assistance and experience in supplying these most important elements on the part of President Sikorski, it would have been very difficult for us. And also without the involvement of all the sector. We did not wait for public tenders. We did not organize public tenders or comments. We actually did some inventory thanks to an energy company. We knew what the warehouses of these companies hold, and thanks to the support of President Kuczmierowski, we sent it right away to Ukraine. There was only over 100 carriages that were sent by train of necessary equipment, and it was sent right away. Apart from the mechanisms that are there in place, it's very important. And also, I'm also addressing President Lorkowski. They organized this community assistance. He's going probably to tell you more about this, but each effort was equally important, starting with kilometers of cables through to the biggest high voltage transformer. There are quite a few tons that needed to be transported, and also we dealt with some difficulties with railways. The Russians hit indeed the critical points of the infrastructure, but we managed it to help our friends. They also organized these resistance points, invincibility points, beautifully, where people can load their phones and eat something warm, some warm meal. And apart from this equipment, for which I would like to thank you, I would like to mention the assistance of that was rendered, but I would also like to mention the importance of international sanctions. The ones that have been adopted are not sufficient. There should be another package that will maybe correct the maximum prices for fuels. We can see that Russia should be excluded from international organizations. Also, the International Atoms Organization, because there's no normality. Normality died in this war. And one more thing, we are affected by this war, not only because it takes a lot of effort on us to support Ukraine, but this energy war, full-scale war that was actually designed after we got dependent from Russia, from Russian gas, and also fuels. This therapy of becoming independent is very painful. We are safe, but the costs of being dependent on the Russian transition fuel and the Russian coal are borne by the economies of the whole world, and the effect is the crisis which we are facing. So the full-scale energy war is here and now on the territory of Poland, and we are speaking it out loud, and the presidents are going to confirm it. This war affects us all. The war for heat, energy, we reversed the distribution chains, distribution networks. We assured fuels to Polish households. We didn't listen to our Western partners, and we also built our independence as far as our supplies of gas are concerned. We are not as affected as some, but still we are affected. So on the one part, we have support, great support on the part of our Lithuanian partners. We need to think about the future. There's a process of desynchronization ahead of us, and we are thinking about this pan-European dimension. The process of desynchronization of Ukraine was carried out very swiftly last year. So there are some challenges related to a complete modifying of the Ukrainian system. On the European website, there was a Polish paper publicized on the new model of the European energy market. It's also very important so that gas would never be this critical energy carrier. In the economic dimension, in human life dimension, it's important, but we need to remodel the whole system of supplying Europe with heat and illumination sources. We need to cooperate on the international global level. And what was supposed to break Europe and make us meek and not wanting to help Ukraine made us united. We united as never before. And I think President Sikorski is going to tell you more about this. And I'm at your disposal as well if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Minister. You said that the conflict rages on a number of levels. It's a multi-tier conflict. Russians attack Ukrainians. Russians provoke the humanitarian disaster. And there is a wider backlash. Russia targets also the EU. And that makes our decisions easier, that makes our motivation easier. We feel that this war is also against us. And at the same time, this is an operational challenge. We need to prospect new sources of energy. We need to go into the energy transition, become independent from Russia and support Ukraine. And there is one silent hero of this support, the RARS, RASR, so the government Strategic Reserves Agency. And now I will give the floor to the head of this agency, RARS, sorry. So the Governmental Strategic Reserves Agency. And the agency provides direct support, direct contributions in kind and in cash to the Ukrainian energy sector. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Don't forget that we celebrate the second anniversary of our existence. The agency in its new formula, revamped formula, was created during the COVID pandemic. We simply realized that we need some efficient and smooth operating agencies, and the RARS was established 2 years ago and now manages the strategic reserves, has warehousing and logistics tasks, and supports other auxiliary activities. What were our first steps to build the energy hub? Well, the first steps were made in April 2024 after the first strikes against Ukraine. We got the message, well, we need your help in repairing our critical infrastructure. And because of our location, we were selected as a hub to coordinate all humanitarian aid from the world. So Poland is the hub which channels all donations which are next distributed across Ukraine to all people in need. It's 200,000 tons of all kinds of supplies and equipment, more than 100,000 trucks transporting these loads. And the energy sector is a case in point. It requires a lot of adjustments. We need to get transport licenses, and the power generators may weigh several hundred tons. Definitely you can dismantle them. So more than 200 tons, loads of 200 tons can be transported at one time. And as you can imagine, this is a logistics challenge. We need special cranes and special vehicles. Our agency manages the logistics, the transfer of goods to Ukraine, and along with that, we help Ukraine with specialized cranes for unloading, forklifts, all the machinery and equipment used to handle better the repairs and the infrastructure maintenance. Think how the maintenance and logistics change when you are under the ongoing shelling. And we are in an ongoing contact with the Ukrainian partners, and a lot of aspects to it. And we actually work closely to identify precisely the needs, and actually we achieved some sort of a mastery. We are really, really efficient in action, and actually we think and act in a very similar way with Ukrainian partners. Indeed, last year when we launched our support to the Ukrainian energy sector, we didn't realize that the needs would be growing so much. And this year there was a lot of bombing and shelling of energy infrastructure to paralyze Ukrainian civilian populations, and damage is absolutely huge. Every time I'm in Ukraine, I'm devastated by seeing how damaged the infrastructure is. Together with the ministry, we try to coordinate our help, and we spread our wings. We moved on to the next level, and the speed is really high. We shared our experiences at the international level, and a lot of countries joined our efforts to help Ukrainian energy sector. So a lot of assistance comes from Japan, the US, and other European countries, mainly equipment necessary to repair the grid and the whole energy critical infrastructure. Last week, we had a visit of the EU Commissioner for Crisis Management. It was Mr. Lenarčič, and the visit was organized because our agency got the grant of 100 million euros to finance power generators. Power generators have already been bought and are now being sent to Ukraine. We do take into account the needs of some individual small places when there is no power supply, and along with that we do identify the needs of hospitals and care centers where the power supply is absolutely a necessity. Apart from that, I will just mention fuel supplies. I will not give you specific numbers. Excuse me, I cannot do that. But since the very beginning, we send fuel supplies. First, we use our own stocks. And after the stocks were refilled with the supplies from other countries, plus we get the extra donations, and with that, we organize the fuel supplies. We also organize trainings in our warehouses. There are specialists, Norwegian, for instance, specialists who train Ukrainians on how to handle specific materials, specific logistics equipment. So as you can see, there are a lot of elements to this cooperation. And step by step, we managed to respond to the needs of Ukraine, who is now fighting for freedom, fighting against the aggressor. Thank you very much, the President. This was the President of the RARS. It's possible and it's important to we have the infrastructural potential, and that is why we move on to Tomasz Sikorski, the CEO of the Polish TSO, the Transmission System Operator, PSE, and the cross-border supplies of energy, the manager of the cross-border energy supplies. What are the areas of cooperation, possibilities of cooperations in the area of energy? There is a transmission system between Khmelnytsky nuclear energy plant and Rzeszów in Poland. And now this transmission connection actually is used to stabilize the energy transports to Ukraine. So what are the bottlenecks and what are the successes? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before I answer your question, let me thank for the kind words about the PSE. That was our obligation. We, the transmission system operators, we know that if there is one of us who is in need, all the others will help. First, we used our stocks, and then we asked other operators, and we asked for help, and the Strategic Reserves Agency was used as an intermediary to provide energy supplies. And we know that right now this aid is much needed. Before the conflict, we were in the synchronization process. In 2017, the contract was signed, and in 2021, feasibility studies were conducted. The criteria for synchronization were defined together with the steps to follow. So actually this year, 2023, was planned to be the full synchronization year. And then we actually, after the war, had the emergency synchronization, and now we work in tune, fully in tune with the Ukrainian energy sector. Because this about the critical infrastructure, we decided to rebuild the transmission line 750 kilovolts and the possibility of 400 kilovolts, and that's this transmission line that goes from Rzeszów to the Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. And in January, first tests were performed. The Polish side, we are ready. The Ukrainian side has been finishing some installation and construction works. We still need some specialized automatic communication devices. And we expect that in the second quarter, this energy transmission line will be commissioned, finally commissioned, and together with other transmission lines. So the one connecting Ukraine with Slovakia, and the fourth connecting Ukraine with Hungary, and two with Romania. So with all this line, we will be able to supply power to Ukraine. What are the challenges? Well, the volumes to be sent. As you can probably guess, there is no model or system in Ukraine that could be used to make some technical analysis and studies. The European TSOs simply increase the volumes step by step to see how the European system will work. We actually try to define the maximum capacity and the maximum volume to be exchanged with Ukraine in the transmission system. It's not about the supplies from Ukraine. Right now it's exclusively about the supply to Ukraine, 70 megawatts and 700 megawatts and 600 megawatts during the day and during the night, respectively. These are the safe values. Right now, Ukraine needs 15,000 megawatts. Before the war, it was 25 gigawatts. And there was a drop caused by the damage to the infrastructure, and so there is no power generation, or there is a shortage in power generation on the Ukrainian side. So each added megawatt of supplied energy is a true support. Let me mention a mid-term perspective as well. On the one hand, we have the infrastructure to send power, to send energy to Ukraine. On the other hand, we need some guidelines or rules to supply energy in the acceptable level. We know that there are a lot of discrepancies in energy prices. In Ukraine, the price is much lower than in continental Europe. And in winter, you know, it's always a crisis. For that, we need some compensation mechanisms or some subsidies for these energy supplies, to finance these energy supplies. When customers buy energy from the synchronized system at the higher prices, they have a priority, so there are no blackouts for them. But this is a selective mechanism, and not everybody can use it, and not everybody has access to it. So we need some kind of financing mechanisms to subsidize these volumes sent to Ukraine. We need this support as TSOs in order to be able to provide this energy assistance. Now it's Artur Lorkowski Energy Community. That's this very special community linking the EU and the countries of the Eastern Europe and Southern Eastern Europe to create an internal energy market, or to spread the internal energy market onto the neighboring countries. Mr. Lokowski is the director of the Energy Community Secretariat. Actually, over the recent years, the Energy Community focused on the support to reforms in Ukraine and in Moldova. However, over the recent months, Energy Community became a sort of a bridge for providing assistance to Ukraine, whether in cash or in kind. So, how the EU supports the Ukrainian energy sector? How does the Energy Community support Ukraine? Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this discussion. Let me start with the origins of Energy Community. This institution was set up after the Balkan Wars in the 1990s, and as an institution, we have deeply embedded in our DNA the obligation, the mission to help countries which recover the war, experience of war. And, you know, that's the piece and parcel of our mission, that's a piece and parcel of our DNA. Until today, energy community has supported the reforms. However, after the beginning of the war, our secretariat has been involved in providing assistance in cash and in kind in repairs and maintenance processes in order for the Ukrainian energy system to be able to run smoothly. Don't forget that reforms are actually a meaningful part of the process. President Sikorski already talked about it. You probably know that Ukraine did not start its cooperation with our community and with the EU just at the moment of the war. This energy cooperation was already initiated under the association agreement and as part of energy community membership. So there is a record of cooperation and aimed to establish energy markets in terms of gas and electricity. And we've already identified gas and electricity TSOs. And I had the pleasure to complete this certification process for both TSOs in December 2021, so 2 months before the beginning of the war. Well, the gas and electricity markets are operating, and that's a major success. You know, this is the country at war and still able to maintain energy operations. And this is a proof that the system and the model used is quite strong and resilient. And the model basically relies on the EU model. I don't want to say that there are no gaps, failures, or issues. We knew them even before the war. Sometimes that's accumulated within the system. And actually, the system, with these flaws, with these failures, entered the war. And under the state of war, such discrepancies are felt even more. It's about the independence of the TSO, about the independence of the market supervisor and other elements. And all those issues need to be followed up closely. That is why we opened a market development observatory. And as we did it before, we will follow up the developments, regulatory developments in Ukraine in order to ensure that the future reconstruction and integration of Ukraine to the EU, so that this process be smooth and easier. And we need to use the experiences, Ukrainian experiences acquired so far. How to mitigate the regulatory risk? Well, we don't know, but we know that this is needed for the reconstruction process. The reduced cost of regulatory risks are major factors for any foreign investment, and such risks are still prevailing in the renewables market and in the electricity market. And after this introduction, I would like to inform you that since the beginning of March, we support all EU companies which provide spare parts for infrastructural repairs. And the Polish Reserves Agency is a member of the EU system. And such reserves agencies cooperate at the EU level, and our secretariat is simply a gateway for private entities, for businesses which are willing to offer support to Ukrainian companies. Ukrainian companies actually clearly list their needs, then these needs are aggregated and processed by ministries and sent throughout Europe. And under this scheme or system, our secretariat helped several dozens European companies to organize transports with spare parts to Ukraine. The secretariat, together with the ERCC, so the Emergency Response Coordination, certain part of the European Commission structure, organize the logistics process and fund this logistic process. So all the costs and expenses are covered with EU funding. And that is how potential donors can delegate the responsibility for the logistic process and the costs of supplies to Ukraine, the warehousing on the Ukrainian territory, to delegate this responsibility to others. So it's not the donor's concern anymore. And there is another mechanism that we built, a fund, a special fund. The fund is used as a source of donation to Ukrainian companies from the energy sector, and the Ukrainian Ministry of Energy gets the requests from the energy companies, and based on those requests, a precise list of needs is defined by the ministry. After the review, the list of needs is sent to an independent authority which organizes public procurement. The Tetra Tech company actually, and the Tetra Tech processes all procurement stages. Right now there are 10 or 11 tenders underway, and all Polish companies are invited to make a bid. All the information is available. All the information is available on the website, and tenders are for very specialized equipment items needed to make repairs. There is also a tender for fuels. And so I simply invite you to cooperate with us. The fund right now has 160 million euros, and more than 100 is already covered by very specific call for bids and call with specifications, with specific needs attributed. And all of that is organized within the framework of public procurement. Well, in summary, let me just add the fourth area of action of European Community, a more forward-looking a regulatory support and the coordination of companies which are donors of equipment, and the Secretariat trains Ukrainian officials who are going to be involved in the accession negotiations with the European Union. We've already trained the first groups. The Secretariat funded 30 scholarships. These officials come, make a study visit in Brussels, and let's hope that this group will support both the accession process and the reconstruction process after the end of the war.
Teraz chyba
Thank you so much. I think we should have a connection with Minister of Energy of Ukraine. Let us then wait for a second.
Rozumiem, że już w tle pan minister jest. O.
Minister Hałuszczenko.
Czy mamy czekać, czy mamy...
I don't know whether we should wait. Yes. Minister, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for connecting with our Warsaw conference. We are glad that we are able to receive information from the horse's mouth as to speak about the needs of Ukraine during this session. We talked about various mechanisms on the part of governmental state administration, on the part of institutions that render assistance, on the part of operators. We are going to talk about the involvement of distribution companies. We have here with us Ambassador of Lithuania to Warsaw, and I would like to ask you, Minister, to present us very briefly within the next few minutes the situation in Ukraine, to tell us what is the potential of repairing the prejudice caused by Russia. What is the situation like on the spot?
At the conference
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
for the support you already provided to us. That is very, very important issue, and especially to maintain our energy system, because as you know that from the 10th of October, we are living under everyday attack on our energy system. So we have a number of massive attacks, which we call the massive attacks. It means from 50 to 100 missiles at once. And we already faced 13 waves of these massive attacks by missiles. We also faced 15 massive attacks of the drones. And between these massive attacks, every day our energy system was hit by Russians. So that's if they are not using missiles or drones, so they use artillery. And in fact, the destruction is really big. So now we could say that something around 50% of energy system was attacked by Russians, and that is not only the generation facilities, that is also the transmission of electricity. Of course, that's a very difficult situation. I mean, to maintain the system, and we understand the aims of Russia is to create a blackout of the country, and we already made a number of let's say technical decisions, which allows us to maintain the system even during the attacks and after and before the attacks. And so it looks like at that time, so we're still maintaining the system, and I have really the feeling that we become more stronger from that point of view, because all these technical decisions really also give good results from the point of view of attacks. Of course, we are not supposed to expect that the Russians would stop these attacks in the future, and that's why what you mentioned, the support of equipment, high voltage equipment, and different equipment to in the energy sector to Ukraine is very important for us. And that is the question of the hub, which is now in Poland, is already in operation, and that is also help us to to work more efficiently. I mean, from the point of view of the different routes of this support. I really would like to also mention the energy fund for Ukraine, which is also very important. And so we work very closely with energy community. I really would like to thank the Artur for the support. And of course, we are in constant communication with Minister Anna Moskva, and I really very grateful to her and all the team of the ministry for everything support in different spheres, because it's not only now we are talking about the equipment. So we discuss a lot of things. I mean, in different areas of the energy sphere. So of course, very important issue that is the question of NSOE for us, the question of increasing the possibility to import electricity now to Ukraine, because due to this attack, unfortunately, we lost a lot of generation facility. So I can give you the figure that on peak hours, on some days we face the deficit of electricity, something around up to 4 gigawatts. So, and now we are really working hard, and you know that probably that the last week it was EU-Ukraine summit. It was in Kyiv, and we discussed this with Ursula von der Leyen, with Michel here. We discussed the issue how to increase these figures of possible import of electricity to Ukraine, because today it's 600 daytime and 700 megawatts per night. But it's very important, and also thanks to the line which is we're supposed to finish in the nearest weeks, the line to Rzeszów. So it would help us to increase these capacities up to 2 gigawatts of import. So in that case, it would cover almost 15% of all electricity we need in the peak hours. So that is a very important issue. Of course, we have a very good ground for cooperation on this issue. I mean, the grid lines between Ukraine and Poland. Of course, I mentioned this Khmelnytsky NPP Rzeszów. So we could think on another line from Rivne to Helm, and that is also could be a good project for the future, because I'm sure that as Ukraine become already a part of European grids, so it's very important for us for maintaining the system and, let's say, to provide the security of supply, especially in the situation of let's say, everyday attacks to our energy system. One very important issue, and I'm also very grateful to Poland for support, that is the nuclear safety and security. So we discussed it many times, and you support us. You always raise this issue to different forums, especially on EIA, and that is really something which is very important. I think that is not only for Ukraine. So that is the issue of the civilized world, because due to these attacks on nuclear infrastructure, due to the occupation on Zaporizhia NPP, and I mean everything what Russia did with nuclear safety and security, so they really destroy all achievement of the civilized world in this field. All 7 pillars of nuclear safety destroyed by zero, and that is very important now to make response that the world should respond to this actions with the nuclear safety and security. And so we raised together and we discussed very closely the ideas how we could react. I mean, how the civilized world should react on all these issues, especially when we are talking about the rights and privileges of Russia in EIA, about the possibility of Rosatom to be present in European markets, and especially when we are talking about the construction of new units, when we are talking about the supply of nuclear fuel and all these issues. So we really in detail discuss with you, and we always have this support, and that is really very important for us, especially the issue of sanctions. And the sanctions, of course, now it's also another package which is discussed on the level of European unions, but it's very important that these sanctions should make more pressure to Russia, especially when we are talking about not only fossil fuels, and the issue of nuclear is also very important to be somehow, in some form at least, to be part of this new package, and that is very important to cooperate also on this sphere. So thank you very much for this opportunity. It's really an honor for me to speak at the Warsaw Conference, and thank you for everything you did for us. That we are really grateful to you, and you are really very very close our partner, and so I'm sure that we would stay together, and we will win this war.
Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Minister. Nobody doubts how this war is going to end. It's going to end with our Ukraine's and Europe's victory. And I would like to go back to the issue related to Polish assistance here as we go. In the moment of trial or challenges mentioned by Minister, President Sikorski said what the operator is doing, and it was reiterated by Minister. I would like to ask about the role of distribution companies in assisting and reconstructing the Ukrainian energy system. Also, in a one-off activity, also we are talking about trainings, because let's not forget that it's not only about hardware infrastructure, it's also about know-how, it's about sharing experience and knowledge. Jarosław Pobol, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me here, but I would like to first of all thank Madam Minister for this initiative, because it was the initiative of the Ministry of Climate and Environment that PPTR got involved in this assistance. And I would like to thank President of the State Agency for Strategic Reserves, because thanks to this agency, all this transportation and that we have been supplying to our friends in Ukraine could be possible. And now responding to your question at the beginning, that is on the 24th of February, each and every energy company. Well, what is Petapira? It's quite important. Let me explain. This is the Polish Association of Distribution of Electric Energy, and it unites as members all the major operators for distribution, Euron Distribution, PG Distribution, ENA Operator, PGNA Operator, and Polish Energy Networks. Our president is here with us, and we as PTPR coordinate this help. Energy companies from the very beginning got involved very strongly in these activities. First of all, employees that gathered all kind of assistance. These were the employees that helped Ukrainian families. The energy companies coordinated it via the foundation, where we could give donations, but with time, this war changed drastically as far as the critical infrastructure is concerned. Russia attacked Ukraine violently. And in that moment, our companies got involved more from a professional point of view. We started supplying kilometers of cables, high voltage and medium voltage cables to Ukraine. It was the most important. Also, hundreds of pieces of equipment. But we have a bit different energy system than Ukraine. And based on this, there were some issues, but we are trying to cope with them. And we supplied equipment for over 20 million zloty to Ukraine. These were our warehouse stocks because in 95 we shifted to European system. Ukraine is still on the post-Soviet system, and whatever we had, we gave as energy companies and Petapura via the State Agency for Strategic Reserves. And we sent it all to Ukraine. Right now, our warehouses are empty from this point of view, but we did not stop rendering help. Our company allocated 1 million zloty, and also we are thinking about any assistance that could be rendered from our branch companies. And there is a huge possibility of organizing trainings. We have 3 centers. We, that is PGN distributor and operator and Energa operator, have some training centers where we could train Ukrainian electricians, technicians, and they could actually be brought to a higher level because the structure of Ukrainian energy sector is a bit different than in Poland. They have no dispersed energy, it's more centralized. And thanks to this training with work under tension, we could train Ukrainian technicians so that it could look similarly there. And along with the Ministry of Climate, we are thinking how we could still help Ukraine because we care about it very much. Thank you so much, President. And last but not least, Ambassador Edward Borisovas. We spoke a lot about regional solidarity, that we are strong together. And I think what is important to emphasize during this conference, this session that focuses on Polish involvement for Ukraine, for our friends and neighbors in the region. We could also talk about the role of Lithuania, which is also very special, and it's quite wide. It pertains to many different areas, also the energy sector. Ambassador, please shed some light briefly on the Lithuanian aid rendered to Ukraine. Thank you, Adam. First of all, I would like to thank the Polish government, which organized this conference, because this evokes the need of reviewing our assistance and also will evoke the need of helping Ukraine even more. I think it's very important to have such events that we are having today. As far as the Ukrainian energy sector is concerned, we need to see the needs because they are there in the energy sector, but also they are there in the protection of energy sector. That is, we need to supply best anti-missile systems. In the energy sphere, let me switch to English.
Lithuanian support for Ukraine in the energy sector. According to the data on community support to Ukraine's energy sector from the Emergency Response Coordination Center of the European Commission, Lithuania is the EU member state that has delivered the largest amount of generators and transformators to Ukraine. So that means that Lithuania promptly responded to the emerging needs in Ukraine following devastations provided by Russia. And we know that 50% of energy sector of Ukraine was hit by Russian missiles attacks. So Lithuanian government and non-governmental sector provided already more than 1,000 generators and 269 transformers, and 50 generators are on their way actually to reach Ukraine. In this situation, we especially would like to thank border service and border guards and also Polish custom services for their very strong support to these initiatives and very smooth work crossing borders and for this equipment to reach Ukraine in time. What is also important that support of Lithuania in generating power exceeded 5.5 megawatts, but to understand needs of Ukraine in energy capacities, that means the deficit of energy capacity in Ukraine is around 4 gigawatts. So that means that it's far, far away from being fulfilled. Also, what Lithuania focuses on, that we provided one of 2 million worth auto transformer this is specific high voltage transformer, and now there is an agreement with the government of Ukraine to provide the second one. So this also to help to increase transformation capacities. A special project was launched to upgrade the city of Mykolaiv energy system. That means if we talk about concrete projects to assist particular places in Ukraine to upgrade energy infrastructure. And the biggest part of Lithuanian assistance to Ukraine goes via bilateral Lithuanian and Ukrainian agreements. So different state enterprises like Litgrid, ESSO, or non-governmental initiatives like Blue and Yellow Initiative, Warm Up Ukraine, Key1, Red Cross of Lithuania are being involved in these activities. Thank you.
Dziękuję serdecznie, panie ambasadorze.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I would like to thank our ministers, presidents, directors. Unfortunately, we do not have more time for the discussion that probably we could use. But thank you so much for this great amount of knowledge in a nutshell about the support to energy sector of Ukraine. Right now, I would like to give the floor to Director Jan Malicki from the Center for East European Study. And I would like to ask him to close this conference. If it's permanent, it's going to be a short stop. I would like to thank you so much for your participation in this last panel. I was empowered by Minister Marshal Kuchcinski to say a few words at the end of this conference. But before I say this, after 6 hours of debates, I would like to declare that the government is going to show its human side, and we are going to head towards lunch right after I stop speaking. And now going back to my commitment, that is some final words. In closing, let's start with these three adjectives: permanent, work-based, and review, with the nature of review. This conference is not going to meet once a year, but regularly. Of course, not in the very same dates as other important world events related to the assistance rendered to Ukraine, but we could meet regularly here and have a look at the situation as we go. It's a working conference because the aim of this conference is not to deal with political issues of key importance. Neither are we going to talk about what is most important, that is about military aid. As far as military aid is concerned, everybody should do whatever he or she can, but let's not speak about it too much. And now, with the nature of a review, after this first Warsaw conference, we are planning to write the main theses that derive from these panels and recommendations. And the second Warsaw conference will begin with an outlook on whatever we managed to achieve between the first and the second conference. As far as the nature of this conference is concerned, it is aiming at combining, apart from these three major features, to show the Polish combination of efforts of quite a few pillars: governmental, university, scientific pillars that all work for the benefit of Ukraine, especially that today we are at the situation that has not changed over the last 11 months, that without this combination of governmental and social help, we could not continue rendering help to Ukraine that she needs. Whether it's going to be the same place, I cannot declare without the consent on the part of Marshal Kuchcinski, but I will make efforts to have it here again. We are in the Anna Valentinovich room, and it's more about solidarity. I'm addressing those who are here in the room, but also those who are listening to our streaming. Anna Valentinovich was one of the leaders of solidarity in Poland in the 70s and in the 80s. This solidarity brought the end to communism in Poland. And today, 40 years later, we are in need of pure human solidarity. And fortunately, as it has been said quite a few times here, both Poland and neighboring countries and all Central Europe, all the civilized world, let me put it like this, has gathered to help Ukraine in this awful situation. As President Biden declared, over 50 countries gathered on this side, on the side of fighting Ukraine. What is going to be next with our conference? As I said, we are going to continue in the reasonable time, and we are going to invite you more ahead of time to this Warsaw conference. Number 2, we are going to maintain the system of the permanent working review-like conference. We are going to tackle maximum 2 subjects on each conference. Marshal Kuchcinski has already said why these 2 subjects were chosen, because the subject of refugees is a key human element. Our commitment, obligation to help and to create conditions for living are crucial. We are talking about Poland, but the colleagues who presented survey results show you on these diagrams that the same pertains to quite a few other countries, and for sure those in which we ran our survey: the Czech Republic, Romania, and Germany. And these are not the only countries where Ukrainian refugees arrived to. And this review of what we managed to do between the first and the second conference will be the first introductive point of our next conference. I would like to extend my biggest gratitude. I'm a bit tired, but it even more justifies how much I would like to thank everyone who participated in organizing this conference, starting with Marshal Kuchcinski, who is not present here, also Mateusz Morawiecki, who opened this conference, and all the other persons without whom this conference would have not been possible. Our purpose now is to close this conference. Together with Marshal Kuchcinski, we are dreaming of this conference to becoming useless, because Ukraine is going to be free and is going to win. Being empowered to do this, I would like to invite you to lunch, which is awaiting. Thank you.